Chapter 2961. Since they'd decided to head to the Day-Night Land, Su Zimo didn't delay and made some arrangements before leaving the Sword World with Kitsune, Immortal King Yulan, and Mulyan. Although the Patriarch of the Academy wasn't dead, the Patriarch of the Academy didn't dare to show his face with Wu Dao's main body present. He couldn't deduce everything about Wu Dao's main body. With the Patriarch of the Academy's caution, he absolutely wouldn't dare to do anything to Qinglian's main body. As for the experts of the Heaven's Eye World, Stone World, and other super worlds, it was impossible for them to keep an eye on Su Zimo at all times and control all his movements. Even the Great Emperor hadn't reached the level of omniscience. The Day-Night Land was relatively far from the Sword World. Even with Immortal King Yulan controlling the immortal boat and speeding through the spatial tunnel at full speed, it would still take a month. A month later, Su Zimo's group of 4 arrived near the Day and Night Land. Looking into the distance, an ancient battlefield appeared before them with broken halberds and swords strewn all over the ground. Tattered flags that had been there for an unknown period of time were still flapping loudly. The battlefield stretched as far as the eye could see and was covered in corpses. One could vaguely imagine the scene of the battle back then. The battlefield was filled with strong killing intent and resentment, and it was also mixed with a blood-boiling battle intent. As soon as they approached the Day-Night Land, Su Zimo could even hear the neighing of horses, the sound of iron hooves, the collision of weapons, the battle of the battlefield, and countless other clamorous sounds. These sounds seemed to have passed through the river of time and came from an ancient era, and it didn't dissipate for a long time. When Bai Ming Shui heard these voices, her vision blurred for a moment. She seemed to see a group of cavalry in black armor, holding long spears and large swords at their waists. They stirred up clouds of dust and were full of murderous intent as they charged towards her. Kitsune suddenly felt a strong sense of danger, and her scalp went numb. She didn't have time to think and pulled out the sword on her back, and a sword hum resounded through the world. All of a sudden, a broad and thick hand landed on her palm, and it contained an irresistible force that forced her sword back into the sheath. The sword hum had just sounded when it stopped abruptly. "Be careful. Guard your Dao heart." Su Zimo's voice rang in Kitsune's ears. Kitsune's heart trembled, and she instantly woke up. She took a closer look, but there was no black armored cavalry in front of her. It was just an illusion. The battle cries coming from the night and day realm could even affect her mind. Kitsune broke out in a cold sweat. Even before entering the land of day and night, she had almost fallen for it. If not for her master's protection, she might have lost her Dao heart and fallen into a dangerous situation. It was too comfortable to stay in the Sword World all year round. This was also the reason why Su Zimo wanted to bring Kitsune out to gain experience. It's daytime now, and the terrain inside is still quite clear. Find that spring water as soon as possible. Immortal King Yulan said, if night falls, one's vision and divine sense will be obstructed. It will be much more difficult to find that spring water. Mulyan also nodded and said, in the daytime, if there is any danger, we will be able to detect it immediately. If it's night and visibility is extremely low, we will have to be careful. Su Zimo, Kitsune, and Mulyan immediately set off and entered the land of day and night. Soon, they disappeared from Immortal King Yulan's sight. Although the land of day and night was a battlefield in name, in reality, the scope of this battlefield was not much different from the divine firmament immortal realm. There were towering mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas, as well as many withered ancient trees and shrubs. In such a large battlefield, one could see shattered divine weapons and scattered bones with every step. It could be seen how tragic the battle back then was. Mulyan walked in a direction according to her memory. As it was daytime, the 3 of them did not encounter any danger along the way. During this period, they also encountered living beings from other realms. Both sides covered their faces and were vigilant. They avoided each other and did not easily have any conflicts. As the battlefield of the ancient epoch, the land of day and night naturally had many treasures buried inside. Since ancient times, Many cultivators had braved the danger to enter the land of day and night to search for opportunities. Just half a day later, the situation changed. Without any warning, night fell and quickly enveloped the entire land of day and night. An extremely oppressive feeling surged into their hearts as well. Even Su Zimo frowned, let alone Kitsune and Mu Lien. The surroundings were dark and filled with a cold and dark power. The moment his spirit consciousness was released, it would be dissipated by the power and turned into nothingness. Given his vision as a grade 12 creation, Qinglian, the furthest he could see was only 1,000 feet. If that was the case for him, it was even worse for Kitsune and Mu Lien. The two of them could only see 100 feet away at most. Right then, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he channeled his essence spirit and channeled a secret skill. His left eye was pitch black while his right eye was pure white. The two visual techniques, illumination and nether fluorescence, were released at the same time. The illumination stone in his right eye did not react in the darkness. However, the nether fluorescent stone began to spin slowly, absorbing the cold and dark power in the darkness. The nether fluorescent stone was like a bottomless black hole that devoured the surrounding darkness continuously without any reaction. Back when he fought with the Academy Patriarch, Su Zimo had already discovered this. The two divine stones, illumination and nether fluorescence, devoured the Academy Patriarch's Emperor level 6 Ding and 6 Jia Shen without causing any ripples. Su Zimo did not interrupt the process. Although he could not activate the power of the nether fluorescent stone given his cultivation realm, it should not be a bad thing for the nether fluorescent stone to continue absorbing the surrounding power of darkness. Because the nether fluorescent stone devoured the darkness, Su Zimo was shrouded in endless darkness. Su Zimo followed beside Kitsune and Mu Lien, but others could not see him at all. That was because he had already fused with the surrounding darkness. Oh no, Peak Master Su is gone. As they walked, Mu Lien felt that something was amiss. Looking around, she realized that there was no trace of Su Zimo and could not help but exclaim in shock. This time, she was really shocked. Su Zimo had disappeared silently. She did not notice at all. Master? Kitsune frowned slightly. For some reason, she felt that her master was nearby, but she could not see anything. There was only darkness. She tried to call out, but there was no response. It was as if her master had suddenly disappeared into thin air. What's going on? A trace of panic flashed across Mu Lien's eyes. She had mustered up her courage to enter the land of day and night again, mainly because she was accompanied by Su Zimo. Now, Su Zimo had mysteriously disappeared, and she did not know whether he was dead or alive. This made her instantly lose her confidence, and the fear of the land of day and night surged into her heart again. Kitsune could not explain it clearly. Logically speaking, even if her master encountered any danger, at the very least, he would make a sound and not disappear silently. Master should not be in danger. Kitsune quickly calmed down and slowly pulled out the long sword on her back. She muttered, "Let's continue forward. Be careful." Su Zimo deliberately did not appear because he wanted to see Kitsune's performance. He hid in the darkness and followed not far from the two of them, observing the surrounding movements. Because of the existence of the nether fluorescent stone, the surrounding darkness could no longer block his left eye's vision. Chapter 2962. Su Zimo followed beside Kitsune and Mu Lien and continued to walk forward. Not long after, Su Zimo's gaze turned. Through the fluorescent stones with his left eye, he saw that in the distant darkness, there was a group of hundreds of black-armored knights gathering and heading in the direction of the three of them. This time, it was not an illusion. Some of the corpses that had fallen here back then were awakened by the dark power here. These black-armored knights were broken. Some had no heads, some had broken arms, and some only had half of their bodies. They held rusty spears and broken swords in their hands. The warhorse under him was also riddled with holes. Only a broken skeleton was left, and it was covered in broken armor. Looking at the attire of these black-armored knights, they should be the cultivators of the dark world back then. These black-armored knights continued to approach in the direction of the three of them. Due to the obstruction of vision and divine sense, Kitsune and Mulyan did not notice. Even the sound of the black-armored knights marching was dissipated by the surrounding dark power. As the black-armored knights continued to approach, just when the distance between the two sides was only 100 feet, the black-armored knights seemed to have discovered something. They stared at Su Zimo's position and stopped. The black-armored knights gradually put down the weapons in their hands and opened their mouths slightly, as if they were saying something. Su Zimo frowned slightly and moved closer in the direction of the black-armored knights. Darkness in the heart, light in the heart, the group of black-armored knights chanted repeatedly with pious looks on their faces. These 8 words had an indescribable power. When they were chanted by the black-armored knights who had fallen many years ago, it was full of endless tragedy and desolation. Darkness in the heart, light in the heart, Su Zimo murmured softly. What happened between the dark world and the light world back then? Su Zimo looked at these black-armored knights with a solemn expression. He cupped his hands slightly before turning to leave, following Kitsune and Mulyan. Along the way, the three of them encountered many wandering black-armored knights. However, these black-armored knights noticed Su Zimo hiding in the darkness and did not go forward to attack. Instead, they avoided him on their own. Although there was no trouble from the black-armored knights, Kitsune and Mulyan were still attacked by creatures from other realms and fought several times. After all, Mulyan was a supreme true spirit. Unless it was also a supreme true spirit or a half-step king, it was difficult to pose any threat to her. Although Kitsune was only at the great success stage of Wu Dao, she had already revealed the combat strength of a supreme true spirit. After several battles, Bai Mingshue's temperament had obviously changed, even though she had suffered some serious injuries. The killing intent of the sword Dao and the valiance of the martial Dao were gradually revealed. Especially in this complicated and harsh environment was a huge test for Kitsune's. She was facing the unknown, she could be in danger. Her life was on the line. She also had to face powerful enemies from different realms. From the beginning to the end, Su Zimo did not appear. Even when he saw Kitsune in danger, he did not rashly make a move. Instead, he let Kitsune rely on her own strength to resolve the crisis. He would only make a move if they encountered a powerful enemy that Kitsune and Mulyan could not deal with. Su Zimo observed carefully for a moment. Along the way, the creatures that Kitsune and Mulyan fought mostly came from the 3 realms, the Blood Realm, the Tomb Realm, and the Poison Realm. Among them, there were also scattered people from the Witch Realm. Moreover, as time passed, more and more people from the Blood Realm, Poison Realm, and Tomb Realm gathered in the darkness, showing signs of surrounding the two of them. It was somewhat unusual for so many people from the Blood Realm, Poison Realm, and Tomb Realm to appear in the daytime. From the looks of it, it's probably not a coincidence that Mulyan encountered people from the Blood Realm here. Su Zimo looked at the crowd that was constantly gathering in the distance and was deep in thought. If the Flower Realm's nether calamity poison came from the Poison Realm, what role did the Blood Realm and Tomb Realm play in this matter? Did this have anything to do with the Witch Realm? The 9 teams that the Flower Realm sent into the daytime were all annihilated. It seemed like the Poison Realm, Tomb Realm, and Blood Realm had something to do with it. Just as Su Zimo was pondering, Kitsune and Mulyan were surrounded by people from the Tomb Realm once more. More than a dozen Tomb Realm cultivators controlled the hideous battle corpses that reeked of the stench of rotting corpses to attack Bai Mingxue and Mulyan. In the darkness, Tomb Realm cultivators had the advantage. The cultivation and combat methods of the Tomb Realm cultivators were unusual. Although they cultivated themselves as well, they placed more importance on cultivating their battle corpses and controlling them to fight for them. Compared to the battle corpses that were immensely strong and filled with corpse poison, the Tomb Realm cultivators were relatively weak. That was their greatest weakness. However, in the daytime, that weakness was covered perfectly under the shroud of darkness. The true bodies of the Tomb Realm cultivators hid in the darkness and controlled their battle corpses to attack Kitsune and Mulyan continuously. Kitsune and Mulyan wanted to retaliate, but there was no way for them to do so. After being tempered by the Tomb Realm cultivators for many years, the battle corpses were already indestructible and were not inferior to divine weapons. Furthermore, the battle corpses were senseless and fearless. Even if they were covered in wounds from Kitsune's sword, they were oblivious and did not care at all. Their ferocity did not decrease at all. Although Kitsune and Mulyen could not resolve the situation against more than 10 battle corpses, they could still defend and retreat as they fought. Roar! Right then, another battle corpse with red fur joined the battlefield and roared towards Kitsune and Mulyen. Its bulging green eyes were ghastly green and its bloody mouth was filled with sharp fangs that were stained with blood. The aura released by this battle corpse was clearly more berserk than the other battle corpses around it. Not good. Mulyen exclaimed, a half-step king of the Tomb Realm has attacked. The two of them were exhausted from the consecutive battles and were injured by now. There was no way they could defend against a battle corpse refined by a half-step king. The red-furred battle corpse roared and joined the battle, lunging towards Kitsune and Mulyen. It was 1 against 2 with a torrential aura. Kitsune's sword was a pure yang spirit treasure of the 9 tribulations. However, when it landed on the red-furred battle corpse, it was blocked by the thick red fur of the battle corpse and could not hurt its flesh at all. After a series of counterattacks, sword lights flashed and Kitsune was pushed back by the red-furred battle corpse with a wound on her body. The flesh around the wound gradually changed color and emitted a rotten stench. It was clear that it contained poison. Even Kitsune's true Wu Dao body could not defend against it. In the darkness, an old man from the Tomb Realm was hidden with an excited expression. As the old man manipulated the red-haired battle corpse to attack Bai Mingxue and Huang Xiaolong, he grinned hideously. You two little girls want to fight me? I'll let you have a taste of my treasure's power. A figure gradually appeared in the darkness behind the old man. Chapter 2963. The battle corpses controlled by half-step kings were too damaging to Bai Mingxue and Mulyen. It was already beyond their limits. Su Zimo silently arrived behind the Tomb Realm Elder. He had become one with the darkness around him. As long as the darkness didn't dissipate, no one would be able to detect his presence. Su Zimo didn't say anything to the Tomb Realm Elder. He directly attacked and pierced the Elder's head with a finger, piercing his sea of consciousness and destroying his Yuan spirit. The Tomb Realm Elder died, and the red-haired battle corpse he refined was also heavily injured. Its originally indestructible body rapidly festered, its flesh peeling off and its bones falling apart. Without the threat of the red-haired battle corpse, Kitsune and Mulyen had a chance to catch their breath. They worked together to break through the blockade of a dozen battle corpses and continued to flee. More and more true spirits began to gather around them, forming an encirclement. With the help of the battle corpses, the Tomb Realm cultivators could expand their perception and vision by several times. They could keep a close eye on Kitsune and Mulyen. The two charged left and right, but they still couldn't break out of the encirclement. During this period of time, some half-step kings from the Blood World, Poison World, and Tomb World had died not long after they had appeared. Before long, the number of half-step kings who died at Su Zimo's hands had reached 20. He had tried to use soul-searching on a few half-step kings to find out some secrets, but they all failed. The memories of these half-step kings seemed to be sealed by some kind of familiar power. Once an external force probed, the seal would be triggered and the Yuan spirit would be destroyed. Witchcraft? Su Zimo frowned slightly. Under the constant attacks of the true spirits from the Blood, Poison, and Tomb Realms, the space around Kitsune and Mulyen was constantly compressed and gradually trapped. More and more true spirits gathered. Su Zimo caught sight of a familiar face in the crowd of true spirits. It was Xue Wen from the Blood Realm. Beauty Mulyen, how have you been? Xue Wen came to a spot about 30 meters away from Kitsune and Mulyen and entered their line of sight. He smiled. Shameless. Mulyen cursed. Oh. Xue Wen wasn't annoyed. He observed Mulyen and was a little surprised. Your wounds are healed. Interesting. Of course, what surprised me even more was that you actually dared to come to the day-night domain. Could it be that you missed me and took the initiative to throw yourself into my arms? Haha. Without waiting for Mu Lian to speak, Shuewen couldn't help but laugh. He couldn't hide the excitement and pride on his face. Many of the surrounding Blood Vine race also roared with laughter. The Blood Vine race was extremely bloodthirsty. They viewed other plants as their food and crazily plundered them. The original Qinglian realm was destroyed by the Blood Vine race. I heard that you can shoot out sword energy from your mouth. Now that I see it, your mouth is truly despicable, Kitsune, who was standing beside him, said coldly. You are? Shuewen glanced at Kitsune and frowned. This person looked a little familiar, but he couldn't remember who he was. That day in the fiendish demon battlefield, Kitsune had been at the Sky Tribute Square and didn't accompany Su Zimo into the fiendish demon battlefield. Although Shuewen had seen Kitsune in the crowd of Sword World, he didn't have a deep impression of her. Senior brother. A pale-faced true spirit of Blood Realm clutched his injured chest and glared at Bai Ming Shui. This woman is from Sword Realm. Sword World. Shuewen was shocked. How did Sword World get involved? Shuewen seemed to have thought of something. His expression changed slightly and he quickly asked, how many people from Sword World came? I'm not sure. The Blood World true spirit shook his head and muttered, I don't think I saw anyone other than this woman. Only one person from Sword World came? Shuewen frowned. At this moment, Kitsune suddenly said, don't be afraid. Only Master and I came from Sword World this time. Who saw her master? I didn't notice. He's probably dead. Or maybe he saw that the situation was bad and ran away. The surrounding true spirits discussed among themselves for a while before they curled their lips in disdain. Who is your master? Someone asked casually. Kitsune said, Suju. The surroundings instantly became so silent that one could hear a pin drop. At this moment it was as if all the true spirits present were intimidated by this name and kept quiet out of fear. In recent years, this name was enough to make any true spirit in the 3,000 worlds feel their scalp tingle. The Peak Master of Sword World's 9th Sword Peak, Suju. At the Kongming stage, he comprehended the 6 paths of reincarnation and 7 other supreme divine powers. With his own strength, he killed Xia Yin and more than 20 other supreme true spirits. He was known as the strongest true spirit in history. When Shuewen heard this name, he was so frightened that his entire body trembled. More than 800 years ago, in the evil demon battlefield, he was the only one who survived the siege of Suju's supreme true spirits. Just based on this, in recent years, his fame and reputation had been increasing day by day. He was the only supreme true spirit that escaped from Suju's sword. How great of an honor was this? How great of an ability was this? This was enough for Shuewen to brag about for the rest of his life. Originally, the thousands of true spirit realm experts around were still relaxed and chatting casually. But after the name Suju was mentioned, the entire place went silent. Even the sound of breathing in the crowd became weak. Mu Lian felt the change in the atmosphere and was both happy and worried. She was happy because Peak Master Suju's name alone was enough to intimidate thousands of true spirit realm experts. In the 3,000 worlds, Suju was probably the only one who could do this. She was worried because there were many peak true spirit realm experts present. With just the name Suju, she wouldn't be able to suppress them for long. Shuewen's expression was uncertain. He stared at Kitsune for a while before narrowing his eyes and asking, You're Suju's disciple? Is your master really here? Kitsune didn't answer and only smiled faintly. The calmer Kitsune was, the more worried the surrounding cultivators were. Shuewen was a supreme true spirit after all. After thinking for a while, he calmed down and sneered, Everyone, don't worry. It's good that Suju is here. We have more than 30 half-step kings. Once we release the heavenly abode phantoms, even Suju will have to bow down. That's right. In the crowd, a true spirit realm expert nodded and said, half-step kings have already come into contact with the power of heavenly abode realm. No matter how strong a supreme true spirit is, it hasn't reached the threshold of heavenly abode realm. If Su Zhu shows up, we can use the environment of day and night to kill her here and avenge our clansmen. In the fiend battlefield, the supreme true spirits of the witch realm, poison realm, and tomb realm had all died at the hands of Su Zimo. Where's Senior Marshal Brother Lu? Elder Hong? Marshal Aunt Shuang, where are you? At this moment, everyone found that the half-step kings of their respective realms weren't in the crowd. They called out a few times, but there was no response. At this moment, the surrounding night gradually faded away. The day and night realm changed again. Day arrived. Everyone regained their vision, consciousness, and perception of their surroundings. At the same time, they found that there was an extra person beside Kitsune and Mulyan. End of chapter. Chapter 2964. This person wore a green robe and had black hair. He stood with his hands behind his back and his left eye was as black as ink, like a bottomless black hole. He coldly stared at the surrounding cultivators. When Shuawen saw this person, his expression changed greatly. Su Zhu. He blurted out these two words. As soon as he finished speaking, the surroundings were in an uproar. The group of true spirit realm experts who wanted to step forward subconsciously took a few steps back. They were in a mess and looked at the green-robed cultivator not far away with fear. Just now, they had only heard two names, but now, they saw a living person in front of them. You wanted to kill me just now? Su Zimo's eyes were like lightning as he looked around. Many true spirit realm experts were intimidated by his aura, and no one dared to look at him directly. Their courage was weak, and they all looked away. When Kitsune and Mulyan saw Su Zimo appear, they finally heaved a sigh of relief. Su Zimo's eyes turned and landed on Shuawen. In an instant, Shuawen felt his hair stand on end and his scalp tingle. His blood and qi circulation slowed down, and a sense of extreme danger rose in his heart. This was not the fiend battlefield. In the fiend battlefield, he could escape with the help of the heaven token if the situation was bad. However, this was the land of day and night. It would take some effort to escape from the number one true spirit realm expert in history. Of course, they had more than 30 half-step kings and thousands of peak true spirit realm experts today. They might be able to fight this Su Zhu. However, why did these half-step kings suddenly disappear? Logically speaking, they should be nearby. Looking for those half-step kings? Su Zimo said indifferently, I killed all of them on the way here. Hiss. The true spirit realm experts were shocked. Su Zimo said it casually, but those were more than 30 half-step kings, and they were their biggest reliance on this trip. Impossible. Shuawen's eyes flickered, and he said in a low voice, everyone, don't listen to his nonsense. He's only at the Kongming. Shuawen was about to say that Su Zimo was only at the Kongming stage when he suddenly realized that Su Zimo's cultivation had already reached the Dongshu stage. It was only 800 years, and there was another breakthrough? Cultivating to the true self realm, even for a cultivator with exceptional talent, would require a long period of accumulation and many opportunities to advance to the next realm. For a true spirit with a lifespan of 500,000 years, a few hundred years, or even a few thousand years, would pass by in the blink of an eye. How could someone break through from the Kongming stage to the Dongshu stage in just a few hundred years? Shuawen swallowed his saliva, paused for a moment, and then continued, he is only at the Dongshu realm, but it is impossible for him to kill more than 30 half-step kings silently. Normally speaking, if Su Zimo wanted to deal with a half-step king, he would inevitably have to fight, which would indeed cause quite a commotion. However, due to the uniqueness of the day and night land, when night fell, Su Zimo blended into the darkness. Those half-step kings didn't even notice him before being killed by him. Even after they died, their eyes were wide open, and their faces were full of bewilderment. Hearing Shuawen's words, many of the true spirit realm experts who had originally wanted to retreat wavered. Everyone, listen to my command. Shuawen took a deep breath, raised his arm and shouted, pointing at Su Zimo from afar, kill him. Everyone, today is the day you become famous. After all, Shuawen was a supreme true spirit. Many of the true spirit realm experts in the blood world obeyed his orders. Hearing Shuawen's command, the true spirits of the blood world didn't doubt him. They transformed into their true forms of the blood vine race, took root in the day and night land, and grew thick scarlet vines that tore through the air. Because of the blood vine race's actions, some of the true spirits of the poison world and the tomb realm also attacked. Roar. Many battle corpses roared, their eyes blood-red. Under the control of the tomb realm true spirits, they charged towards Su Zimo. The poison world true spirit realm experts released many poisons, and the sky was filled with poison spirit treasures. Like dense raindrops, they rained down in Su Zimo's direction. Among these true spirits, they had only heard of Su Zhu's name and the many legends about Su Zhu, but not many had seen the battle on the evil demon battlefield with their own eyes. Among the crowd, none of the true spirits who had witnessed the battle dared to attack Su Zimo, including Shuawen. He commanded the surrounding true spirits to surround Su Zimo, but he didn't attack. He didn't even release his supreme abilities. Instead, he used the blood escape art, turned into a streak of crimson light, and fled madly into the distance. Just now, he had sold out the true spirits of the three worlds to delay Su Zimo and buy himself time to escape. Su Zimo noticed Shuawen's movement and sneered. Facing the attacks of the surrounding true spirit realm experts, he released a series of hand seals, pointed forward, and shouted, 6 paths of reincarnation. Boom! A huge vortex abyss appeared on the battlefield. 6 mysterious runes flickered on it, exuding boundless power. In that instant, the heavens and earth spun and space became chaotic. Countless crimson blood vines flew through the air, but before they could touch Su Zimo's clothes, they were pulled into the vortex by the 6 paths of reincarnation and turned into clouds of blood mist. The battle corpses tempered by the true spirits of the tomb realm didn't have their own consciousness, but after seeing the 6 paths of reincarnation, a deep sense of fear appeared in their eyes. They wanted to break free, but they couldn't control their bodies at all. They were pulled into the vortex abyss and into the cycle of reincarnation. Countless poisonous creatures and poisonous spirit treasures were also swallowed by the 6 paths of reincarnation. All living beings in the world and all things in the world couldn't escape the cycle of reincarnation. Moreover, after reaching the Paradise Void stage, Su Zimo's 6 paths of reincarnation was clearly more terrifying. The huge vortex continued to expand, blotting out the sky. If there was enough power to support it, it was as if it could swallow the entire world. Some true spirit realm experts saw that the situation was not good and immediately released all their trump cards and turned to flee. Some true spirit realm experts reacted a bit slower and were already enveloped by the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. They couldn't break free and could only watch as they entered the cycle of reincarnation and died. Blood Mark, who was fleeing, turned back and saw this scene. He was scared out of his wits. Back then, in the evil demon battlefield, Sky Eye Race's Xia Yin had died in Su Zimo's 6 paths of reincarnation. Although this supreme ability's power was terrifying, it was only used on Xia Yin alone, so Blood Mark didn't feel it strongly enough. But now, the 6 paths of reincarnation had descended, and the attacks of thousands of true spirit realm experts were instantly disintegrated. Blood Mark felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, he was smart enough to choose to run away at the first moment and didn't get entangled. Right at this moment, Shuawen felt as if he'd been targeted by someone, and it was like there was a thorn in his back that caused him to feel extremely uncomfortable. Who can catch up to me? Blood Mark frowned. He released the blood escape art and his speed increased sharply. Even a half-step king wouldn't be able to catch up to him. As long as he escaped from the world of day and night, he would be able to escape in the vast starry sky. Chapter 2965. Shuawen glanced back and saw a golden light rushing in his direction at an astonishing speed. The distance between the two of them was rapidly closing. Shui Wen's pupils constricted and his expression changed. It was too fast. It was so fast that he could not identify the person's appearance with his gaze. Perhaps, he did not even need to identify it. In the day and night ground, there was only one person who could unleash such speed. Su Zhu. While the blood escape grand art was powerful, Su Zimo had too many secret techniques in terms of speed. Heaven's feet, earth-traversing golden light, ethereal wings, wind and thunder wings, and rock wings. When all of those secret skills were released and stacked together, even ordinary kings would not be able to match his speed, let alone Shui Wen's blood escape. On the battlefield behind him, a single 6 paths of reincarnation was enough to sweep through everything. The cultivators of the blood, tomb and poison worlds who were lucky enough to survive did not dare to linger and fled in all directions, unable to pose any threat to Kitsune and Mulyan. That was the reason why Su Zimo could chase after Shui Wen without any reservations. Shui Wen was panicking. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before Su Zhu caught up to him. Furthermore, his blood escape consumed his own essence blood. The longer he used it, the more his essence blood would be consumed. There were only 2 paths left in front of him. He could either stop now and fight Su Zhu to the death while he still had some essence blood left in his body. That way, he might be able to fight for a chance at survival. Or, he could wait until he used up most of his essence blood and his combat strength decreased before Su Zhu caught up. At that time, he might not even have the strength to release his supreme skills and might not even be able to defend against a single move from Su Zhu. At that thought, Shui Wen suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned around. Looking at the golden light that was tearing through the air, he grit his teeth and asked, Su Zhu, I admit defeat today. Can you let me live? When the golden light arrived before Shui Wen, it gradually dissipated and Su Zimo appeared. Faced with Shui Wen's naive question, Su Zimo merely smiled coldly. Be it in the evil demon battlefield or the day and night ground, Shui Wen's initial thought was to kill Su Zimo. However, when he realized that the situation was not right, he changed his mind. Back in the evil demon battlefield, Shui Wen should have died. Su Zhu. Since he had consumed a lot of blood essence, Shui Wen's face was pale. His eyes were dark and gloomy as he said with hatred, anyway, I'm the true spirit of the blood world. After you kill me, you have to bear the anger of the blood world. I've already killed the kings of your blood world. Why would I care about a supreme true spirit like you? In the face of Shui Wen's threat, Su Zimo remained unmoved. He directly charged towards Shui Wen. Shui Wen was taken aback. He didn't understand what Su Zimo meant by just now. Su Zhu had indeed killed many true spirits in the fiend battlefield, but when had she ever killed a king of the blood world? After the celestial tribute world was closed, the blood world, heaven's eye world, and other worlds sent out dozens of kings to hunt down Su Zimo, but they were all killed by Wu Dao's true body. Later on, the experts of the various worlds speculated that it was very likely that an imperial emperor expert from the sword world had made a move. Shui Wen would never have thought that it was Su Zimo's doing. Seeing Su Zimo charge over, Shui Wen had no time to think. He frantically activated his essence spirit and formed hand seals with both hands, releasing a supreme divine ability, spacetime imprisonment. Against Su Zimo's attack, only a supreme divine ability could affect it. An invisible force descended, imprisoning the spacetime around Su Zimo. Time freeze, space lock. Back in the fiend battlefield, Su Zimo had used his eye technique to condense a supreme divine ability. A single yin-yang limitless had severely injured Shui Wen and almost killed him. However, this time, Su Zimo didn't release any means. He seemed to have reacted a little slower and allowed the spacetime imprisonment to descend on him. A chance. Shui Wen's eyes lit up. After all, he was also a supreme true spirit. His combat strength wasn't weak and his combat talent was outstanding. As long as the spacetime imprisonment could restrict Su Zhu, even if it was only for a breath's time, he could take advantage of the opportunity and severely injure her. The spacetime imprisonment itself did not have much lethality. Its main purpose was to restrict a cultivator's body. Not only did it restrict spacetime, it also restricted a cultivator's bloodline and essence spirit. It was equivalent to sealing all methods of the other party. In other words, the other party was at their weakest in this state. Shui Wen summoned a blood-colored saber and charged forward, prepared to slash Su Zimo's head. However, right then, he caught sight of a mocking look in Su Zimo's eyes. Shui Wen was shocked. Under normal circumstances, such emotions could not be revealed under the spacetime imprisonment. Not good. Just as Shui Wen arrived before Su Zimo, he suddenly thought of a terrifying guess. Su Zhu was not affected by the spacetime imprisonment at all. The moment that thought crossed his mind, Su Zimo suddenly reached out and gripped Shui Wen's throat in a flash, shuddering slightly. Shui Wen's blood qi dissipated instantly and his body went limp as his saber flew out of his hands. How was that possible? Shui Wen's eyes widened in disbelief. 800 years ago, in the fiendish demon battlefield, Su Zhu had to release a supreme divine ability to deal with his spacetime imprisonment. But now, his spacetime imprisonment could not affect Su Zimo at all. After entering the Paradise Void Realm, Su Zimo had the grade 12 creation Qinglian as his foundation and 9 supreme divine powers to temper his bloodline. His physique was already at the Grotto Heaven realm. Although the spacetime imprisonment was a supreme divine power, it could not affect the physique and bloodline of a Grotto Heaven realm cultivator. It was no exaggeration to say that the current Su Zimo could take on the supreme divine powers of a true spirit with just his physique and bloodline alone. Su Zimo did not waste any time with Shui Wen. Sword qi burst forth from his palm and tore through Shui Wen's consciousness, shredding the latter's essence spirit. He retrieved the complete Dao fruit and kept it in his pouch before turning to leave. By the time they retraced their steps, there was no one around. The surviving true spirits of the blood, poison and tomb realms had long escaped. The three of them cleaned up the battlefield and continued on their way. Since it was daytime, the three of them sped up and arrived at their destination before long. Kitsune and Mulyen were searching for the hell spring nearby while Su Zimo sat cross-legged. His right eye was white as jade and emitted a blazing glow. When night fell, the nether fluorescent stone in his left eye absorbed the surrounding power of darkness. When the day came, the glow disappeared, and the illumination stone in his right eye appeared, absorbing the power of light around him. Given Su Zimo's current cultivation realm, he could not fully utilize the power of the 2 divine stones. However, he could make use of this process to sense the 2 powers of darkness and light. The land of day and night was way too special. For others, this was an ancient battlefield and a ruin of a secret realm. However, for Su Zimo, this was perhaps the best place for him to cultivate and comprehend yin and yang. Darkness and light. Yin and yang. Nether fluorescent stone and illumination stone. Limitless yin and yang. Su Zimo sensed the changes of day and night in this place and compared it to the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra, comprehending it gradually. End of chapter. Chapter 2966. Kitsune and Mulyen dispersed and searched for traces of the hell spring water nearby. Before long, the day and night land changed once more. Night descended. Kitsune and Mulyen frowned slightly. Under the shroud of night, their vision and spirit consciousness were obstructed and it would be even more difficult for them to search for the hell spring water. At this moment, the night gradually receded and the day arrived. Both of them were stunned. Although there was no pattern to the alternation of day and night here, it shouldn't be this frequent. Before the two of them could react, night struck once more. Day and night alternated above the entire battlefield ruins in an unpredictable manner. As though they were stimulated, the weather changed. After an unknown period of time, the day and night land finally calmed down. The two of them did not know what happened and looked in the direction of Su Zimo instinctively. Instantly, the two of them were stunned and dumbfounded. Su Zimo sat in a lotus position with his back facing them. The left side of his body was pitch black, as though it was hidden in the darkness. However, the right side of his body shone with a blazing light. Even Su Zimo's long hair was distinct. The left side was pitch black like ink while the right side was white. It was as though he was the ruler of the day and night land. The two different and opposing powers of light and darkness were presented perfectly on his body. His left side was shrouded in night while his right side was as bright as day. With him as the boundary, the day and night land was divided into two worlds. However, the two powers of light and darkness were incompatible after all. Su Zimo's body trembled slightly, as though he was enduring immense pain. In reality, that was the case. If not for the support of the grade 12 creation Xinglian's bloodline, his body would not have been able to withstand such intense conflict. As time passed by, the conflict would intensify and become more intense. The moment it exceeded the limits of Xinglian's true body, he would explode and die. However, he did not stop cultivating and continued comprehending. If he stopped now, everything earlier would be for naught. This was the best opportunity for him to comprehend light and darkness and control yin and yang. Back when he ascended, he experienced a similar situation when the essence spirits of the dragon phoenix and Xinglian fused. At that time, he'd relied on the forbidden secret scripture, the Nirvana Sutra, to resolve the crisis in the end. Yet now, not only did he possess the Nirvana scripture, he even possessed the extraordinary book, the Yin-Yang Talisman scripture. Coupled with the comprehensions he'd obtained from cultivating the Yin-Yang Dao technique in these past few years, it was very likely that he would advance a step further in the Yin-Yang Dao technique. After an unknown period of time, the light and darkness powers on Su Zimo's body gradually changed. Light dimmed, and the boundary between day and night gradually blurred. The two types of energy continued to revolve and even began to merge. Under the gaze of Kitsune Mulyan, a shadow gradually appeared behind Su Zimo. There were two massive black and white fishes with their heads and tails connected. They were constantly spinning and chasing each other. You have me in you, and I have you in me. The power Upanishads of heaven and earth were filled with endless mysteries. With the appearance of this yin-yang phantom, Su Zimo's aura also rapidly rose. Kitsune and Mulyan felt the power emitted by the phantom and couldn't help but widen their eyes in disbelief. This is Grotto Heaven. Both of them were greatly shocked. The power emitted by this phantom had completely surpassed the true self realm. It was the power of a Grotto Heaven. Could it be? Mulyan guessed a possibility and said with a shocked expression, could it be that Peak Master Su is going to condense a Grotto Heaven here and become a king? This was too terrifying. 800 years ago, Su Zhu was only at the Kongming stage. Now, he was going to step into a Grotto Heaven. Kitsune frowned slightly and said, that's not right. Master has just stepped into the Dongshu stage and hasn't cultivated to the peak of the Dongshu stage. How can he directly step into a Grotto Heaven? This was equivalent to trying to break through to the next stage. Since ancient times, such a situation had never happened before. In fact, a true spirit realm expert didn't have to cultivate to the peak of the Dongshu stage to try to break through and step into a Grotto Heaven. However, to condense a Grotto Heaven, one needed to shatter a Dao fruit. With the help of the explosion of power at the moment of the Dao fruit's shattering, one could shatter the void and condense a Grotto Heaven to reach the next stage. This process was very dangerous and there was even a high probability of failure. If one hadn't cultivated to the peak of the Dongshu stage, the power released from the shattering of the Dao fruit might not reach the level of shattering the void and condensing a Grotto Heaven. Therefore, all true spirit realm experts would cultivate to the peak of the Dongshu stage and continue to accumulate power before attempting to break through. Moreover, the more power they accumulated during this process, the higher the chance of success. Now, although Su Zimo had just stepped into the Dongshu stage, his Dao fruit contained the profound meaning of many forbidden secret manuals and 9 supreme superpowers. The accumulation of such a huge and terrifying power could be said to be unprecedented and unprecedented. Even if the Dao fruit that had just stepped into the Dongshu stage was shattered, it was enough to break through the void and support a Grotto Heaven. In other words, as long as Su Zimo wanted to, he could use this opportunity to directly step into the Grotto Heaven stage and become a king. No. At this moment, Mulyan seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly said, "This is the land of day and night. If Peak Master Su steps into the Grotto Heaven, he will definitely be suppressed by the power of the land of day and night." Perhaps hearing Mulyan's reminder, the Grotto Heaven shadow behind Su Zimo did not further transform and its aura gradually stabilized. At the last moment, Su Zimo did not choose to break through and step into the Grotto Heaven. Of course, it was not because of the reason that Mulyan mentioned. He had the two god stones, Zhuzhao and Yuying. Even if he stepped into the Grotto Heaven stage, the power of light and darkness here would not hurt him. There was only one reason why he did not choose to step into the Grotto Heaven. The time was not ripe. Now, he could step into the Grotto Heaven and become a king, but in terms of combat strength, it was far from his expectations. His Dao fruit had not been cultivated to the peak state. If he broke through now, all the Dao skills and profound meanings he cultivated would be swallowed by the Yin-Yang Grotto Heaven. Cultivating the Dao fruit was like building a foundation. The more complete and flawless the Dao fruit was, the more Dao skills it contained, the deeper the comprehension, and the stronger the Grotto Heaven formed in the future. Su Zimo had another idea. This idea was too bold and could even be said to be shocking. However, he wanted to give it a try. Only by cultivating his Dao fruit to the peak state and being flawless would he have a chance to realize it. Once he succeeded, he would be reborn once more and complete his transformation. Of course, although he did not step into the Grotto Heaven this time, Su Zimo did not gain nothing. With the help of the land of day and night, he comprehended a Grotto Heaven shadow ahead of time. This Grotto Heaven shadow was fused with the power of light and darkness of the land of day and night, the power of Yin and Yang of Zhuzhao and Yuying, as well as the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra. Its power could even fight against a small Grotto Heaven. Chapter 2967. The Grotto Heaven phantom behind him gradually dissipated. Su Zimo heaved a sigh of relief and opened his eyes. Although he was still at the Dongshu realm, he had already comprehended the power of the Grotto Heaven. Back when Wu Dao's original body was at the true martial realm, he had also comprehended a similar method, which was the Avicii Gate later on. Peak Master Su. Mulyan was a little worried and called out tentatively. Su Zimo stood up, turned to look at the two of them, and nodded slightly. Seeing that Su Zimo's expression was normal, Mulyan was relieved and said, "That was close. Peak Master Su, if you broke through to the Grotto Heaven realm, you might cause trouble." Su Zimo smiled and did not explain. He had the illumination and nether glow divine stones. Even if he really stepped into the Grotto Heaven realm, he would not cause too much of a reaction from the day-night land. The light and darkness powers of the day-night land were not harmful to him at all. With Su Zimo's help, the three of them found some hell spring water nearby in just a day. However, it was relatively rare and could not even fit in a mortal pill bottle. Mulyan was rather happy and satisfied. In her opinion, it was already extremely lucky to be able to find such an ancient spring water after so many epochs. Because of Su Zimo's escort, they entered the day-night land this time. Although there were some hiccups, it was already very smooth. After obtaining the hell spring water, the three of them did not stay in the day-night land. Many people of the flower realm were infected with the nether calamity poison. The earlier they obtained the hell spring water, the earlier they could escape the danger. Moreover, many cultivators of the blood realm, poison realm, and tomb realm had escaped. If they waited for them to return to their respective realms, they might make a comeback and alarm the Grotto Heaven realm kings, creating many variables. The three of them left the day-night land and saw Immortal King Yulan waiting outside. Immortal King Yulan was overjoyed when he learned that the three of them had obtained the ancient spring water. "Fellow Daoist Su, thank you so much this time." Immortal King Yulan said, "If you have nothing to do, why don't you come with us to the flower realm? I'll be a good host and the flower realm will definitely reward you." "It's nothing. It's nothing." Su Zimo smiled. At this moment, Su Zimo seemed to have sensed something. He turned his head slightly and looked in another direction, frowning slightly. An obscure energy fluctuation came from the other side of the starry sky, faintly affecting the entire land of day and night. It seemed like someone was using the power of light and darkness to cultivate. Su Zimo didn't think too much about it, nor did he intend to complicate matters. He turned around and was about to reply to Immortal King Yulan when Kitsune suddenly said, "Master, over there." Kitsune pointed at the starry sky on the other side, which was the direction where Su Zimo had just sensed something. She frowned, wanting to say something, but hesitated. "What happened?" Su Zimo asked. Kitsune sensed it again and said hesitantly, "I feel that the bloodline aura coming from there is somewhat familiar." "It should be." After pausing for a moment, Kitsune said slowly, "Kuan Peng bloodline." Su Zimo's expression changed slightly. Although Immortal King Yulan and Mu Lian were surprised when they heard about the Kuan Peng bloodline, they did not think much of it. The Kuan Peng was a forbidden bloodline and was extremely rare. However, in this generation, there was a high chance that the Kuan Peng bloodline could be nurtured in the Kuan Peng world or the Peng world. The two of them could not understand why Su Zimo and Kitsune would reveal such expressions. Su Zimo asked, "Carefree?" He had two disciples in Tianhuang mainland. His eldest disciple was Kitsune. His second disciple possessed a forbidden Kuan Peng and was named Carefree. Kitsune hesitated for a moment before nodding. "My lineage has been guarding that Kuan Peng egg for generations. Therefore, there's a faint connection between my bloodline and junior brother. As long as we're not too far away, I'll be able to sense it." Kitsune's bloodline phenomenon was a gigantic Kuan. Carefree was born in the divine spring beneath the Biming family back then and was naturally inextricably linked to the bloodline of the Biming family. After ascending, Su Zimo did not receive any news about Carefree. He guessed that Carefree should be in the Kuan Peng world or the Peng world. However, he did not have the chance to head to those two super worlds to find out more information. Now that he received news about Carefree, it should have been a good thing. However, Su Zimo noticed that Kitsune did not look too good. Did something happen to Carefree? Su Zimo's expression darkened. Kitsune shook her head slightly. "I'm not sure. However, I can sense that he doesn't seem to be in a good condition. Let's go take a look." Su Zimo turned and headed towards the starry sky without hesitation. Immortal King Yulan and Mu Lian followed closely behind. Kitsune explained briefly to Immortal King Yulan and Mu Lian Yulan. The two of them were enlightened and understood why Su Zimo was so nervous. Su Zimo and the other three advanced in the direction of the energy fluctuation. Not long after, they gradually approached their destination. Su Zimo seemed to have thought of something and did not rush forward rashly. Instead, he released a few dermic arts from the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra to conceal the auras of the four of them. Su Zimo had no choice but to be careful when he sensed the aura of a Grotto Heaven expert ahead. The four of them gradually disappeared into the void as they slowly approached the area in front of them. Not far away from the day and night land, there was an ancient star floating. The energy fluctuation that guided the day and night land came from this star. Su Zimo looked at Kitsune. Kitsune nodded as well, indicating that Carefree should be on this star. The four of them continued to move towards the star, getting closer and closer. Finally, the star completely entered the four people's line of sight. They could also clearly see everything that was happening on the star. Two figures floated above the star. One of them was a young man with a thin body. His limbs were wrapped in chains that flickered with green runes. His shoulder blades were pierced through by two huge hooks and were dripping with blood. These chains were all submerged into the ground of the star. On the ground, formation patterns flickered continuously, revealing a black and white yin-yang diagram that was constantly chasing and biting, absorbing the power of light and darkness of the day and night land. And these powers were continuously injected into the young man's body. The young man's hair was disheveled and his face was pale. He was enduring immense pain as his body twitched continuously. That was because these powers did not stay in his body at all. Opposite this young man was a man in black armor. He had a noble air about him. His black hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were bright and spirited. At that moment, the phantom of a gigantic Kuan appeared behind the man in black armor. It covered the sky and shone with countless spots of light that formed a strange trajectory. The gigantic Kuan opened its mouth, and it was like a bottomless black hole that was madly absorbing the power of the young man opposite it. The power of the day and night land surged into the young man's body through the yin-yang formation on the star and turned into threads that were drawn out of his body. In the midst of these powers, there were even blood-colored threads. The gigantic Kuan behind the man in black armor was not only devouring the power of yin-yang in the young man's body, it was also devouring his bloodline. Chapter 2968. What a vicious method. Immortal King Yulan hid in the void and sent a voice transmission. Su Zimo's gaze was cold and he did not say anything. The young man who was chained above the formation was none other than the carefree. Immortal King Yulan said, "That black-armored man is releasing a secret skill of the Kuan race, the North Sea diagram. It possesses an extremely strong devouring power, and it's said that it can devour everything at its peak." The so-called North Sea diagram was the gigantic Kuan that appeared behind the black-armored man. Countless spots of light shone on its body and formed mysterious lines of light. That was the trajectory of the secret skill. Only those with the bloodline of the Kuan race could cultivate the North Sea diagram. The Kuan race was way too massive and could be ranked as the #1 race among the 10,000 races. Only the massive bodies of the Kuan race could contain so many spots of light and form a complete diagram to release a massive devouring power. "He's devouring the carefree's Kuan Peng bloodline," Kitsune said with a cold expression and clenched her fists. "It's not just the bloodline," Su Zimo shook his head gently. "If it was just to devour the carefree's bloodline, he could have done it anywhere. There was no need for him to travel so far to the vicinity of the day and night land. The formation on the ground could gather the power of light and darkness of the day and night land. The black-armored man possessed the bloodline of the Kuan race and could only control the power of the Great Yin. He could not absorb the power of light and darkness directly, nor could he balance the two powers. However, the carefree was a forbidden Kuan Peng. Not only did he control the power of the Great Yin, he also controlled the power of the Great Yang. Locking the carefree in the formation meant that the power of light and darkness gathered from the day and night land would be channeled into the carefree's body. Only the carefree's Kuan Peng bloodline could absorb such pure and massive power of light and darkness and convert it into the power of the Great Yin and Great Yang in his body. The black-armored man then made use of the secret skill of the North Sea diagram to devour the power of the Great Yin and Great Yang along with the carefree's Kuan Peng bloodline. In other words, the black-armored man was using the carefree to cultivate and even complete a blood swap transformation. At the true self realm and the Tao fruit, it was difficult for a situation such as possession to occur. The Tao fruit, body, bloodline and essence spirit had long fused into one and were inextricably linked. Even if Xiao Yao's primordial spirit was killed and the primordial spirit of the man in black armor took over Xiao Yao's sea of consciousness, it would still not be compatible with Xiao Yao's Kuan Peng bloodline. That was why the man in black armor came up with such a vicious method to let himself be reborn. His rebirth meant the fall of carefree. Moreover, this person was extremely ambitious. It was obvious that he had reached the peak of the Dongshu stage and could step into the Grotto Heaven realm at any time. Not only did he want Xiao Yao's Kuan Peng bloodline, but he also wanted to use this opportunity to break through, condense his paradise, and become a king. Kuan King? Immortal King Yulan's gaze fell on an old man not far from the black-armored man. She murmured, "He's actually still alive." This old man had white hair and looked extremely old. The old man's eyes were as deep as the sea. His hands were behind his back. He stood there without moving, but he faintly emitted a majestic and heavy pressure. "Is this person very strong?" Su Zimo asked. The four of them were hiding in the void. If he rashly released his divine sense to probe their cultivation base, it was very likely that he would be exposed. Very strong. Immortal King Yulan said with a solemn expression, "This Kuan king has been a peak king for a long time and has been famous for a long time. He dominated the grotto heavens hundreds of thousands of years ago. Although he's in his twilight years, the Kuan race's vitality is immense and their bloodline is majestic. I don't have much of a chance of winning against him now. Only those at the perfected grotto heaven realm could be called peak kings." Immortal King Yulan continued, "For the Kuan king to accompany and protect him personally, this black-armored man must be extremely noble." Immortal King Yulan's gaze shifted and looked around the black-armored man. Furthermore, the Kuan king isn't the only king around this black-armored man. There are 4 other kings hiding in the dark. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes slightly. As Immortal King Yulan said, this black-armored man's identity was definitely not ordinary to have 5 kings protecting him. What are the cultivation bases of the other 4 kings? Su Zimo asked. Immortal King Yulan said, the auras of those 4 are much weaker than the Kuan king. They should be at the lesser mastery of the grotto heaven realm and are ordinary kings. Su Zimo's eyes flickered and revealed a trace of killing intent. No matter what identity that black-armored man had, he had to take action and save Carefree. As if sensing something, Immortal King Yulan glanced sideways with a solemn expression and sent a voice transmission. "Fellow Daoist Su, I know you care about your disciple, but don't be rash." Immortal King Yulan could see Su Zimo's intentions and was afraid that he would be distracted by his concern and not be able to see the situation clearly. "It's not that I don't want to help." Immortal King Yulan was rather calm and analyzed. "If I take action, I'll definitely be stopped by the Kuan king. The 3 of you won't be able to save him while being surrounded by 4 kings." Mulyen nodded. Kitsune pursed her lips and did not say anything. Although she was worried about Carefree, she knew that Immortal King Yulan was right. Not to mention 4 kings, even an ordinary king was enough to take their lives. If they acted rashly, not only would they implicate Immortal King Yulan, but the 3 of them would also die. Immortal King Yulan said, "Inform Sword World immediately and ask the Peak Masters to step in. Only then can we save Carefree. It's too late." Su Zimo shook his head. Even if they send a message back now, it would take some time. Moreover, it would take a month for the Peak Masters to rush here. In Carefree's current state, he probably wouldn't even last half a day. Even if Su Zimo called out to Wu Dao's main body now, it would be too late. Right then, a wave of fluctuations came from the void above the star. A middle-aged man walked out of the spatial tunnel with a sinister expression and dark green eyes. Which race? Su Zimo recognized this person at a glance. Moon Witch King. Immortal King Yulan was secretly shocked and sent a voice transmission. This is also a peak king. More importantly, this Moon Witch King seemed to know the Kuan king. After he appeared, the Kuan king and the others were not surprised. Instead, the 2 of them gathered together and chatted casually. Su Zimo seemed to have thought of something and looked at the chains wrapped around Carefree's body. These chains were engraved with green runes, which seemed to be a secret technique of the witch race. From the looks of it, these green runes were most likely the work of this Moon Witch King. 2 peak kings and 4 ordinary immortal kings. It was indeed a little tricky. After a moment of silence, Su Zimo suddenly asked, "Daoist Yulan, can you hold back the Kuan king and the Moon Witch King?" Immortal King Yulan was shocked and asked, "You still want to save them?" Su Zimo was silent. As Carefree's master, he couldn't watch his disciple die in front of him. Moreover, according to his deduction, if he tried his best, he might still have a chance. Immortal King Yulan sighed softly. In her opinion, Su Zimo's idea was too crazy and irrational. He was simply courting death. If the rescue failed, Su Zimo and the other 2 would definitely die. She might not even be able to escape the pursuit of the Kuan king and the Moon Witch King. Even if there was a 1 in 10,000 chance, if they really rescued Carefree, would this matter be over? How would the 4 of them escape? Even if they escaped, with the identity of the black armored man, how would he give up so easily? There would definitely be endless trouble in the future. Chapter 2969. Immortal King Yulan was silent for a while before sending a voice transmission. I might be able to hold back the Earth Rock King and Moon Witch King if I try my best, but I won't be able to hold them back for long. Saying this meant that Immortal King Yulan was ready to attack. This was not an easy decision for her. How long can you hold them back? Su Zimo asked again. Immortal King Yulan did not understand what Su Zimo could do with this time. Not to mention the fact that she couldn't hold them off for long. Even if she could this peak master Su save that young man under the noses of the four kings? Immortal King Yulan did not ask and only shook her head. Maybe a few dozen breaths, maybe even less. If Su Zimo wanted to save the youth, he would definitely affect the black armored man. The Earth Rock King would definitely go all out when he saw that person in danger. Therefore, she might not be able to hold on for more than a few dozen breaths. That's enough. Su Zimo murmured. What? Immortal King Yulan felt like she was hallucinating and was not sure. She turned to look at Su Zimo and asked again. Su Zimo did not explain and only observed the situation on the star. Even though he had decided to attack, he did not act rashly. This attack was of great importance. The slightest mistake could lead to eternal damnation. Su Zimo had to be sure that there was no one around the star and no other variables. He had to deduce every detail carefully before he attacked. On an ancient star near the land of day and night. The black-armored man was still using carefree to cultivate, devouring the power of yin and yang and plundering the Earth Rock bloodline. His aura was slowly rising. This Earth Rock's bloodline is a little special. Moon Witch King stared at the blood-colored threads flowing out of Carefree's body. His green eyes flickered as he said softly. Brother Moon Witch King has good eyes. The Earth Rock King nodded slightly and said, this Earth Rock's bloodline is showing signs of atavism. Oh. Moon Witch King's eyes lit up. He then took a deep look at Carefree and pursed his lips. What a pity. It's nothing. The Kuan King said casually, as long as the Emperor succeeds this time and inherits his Kuan Peng bloodline, it's not a pity. The Moon Mage King said, even if he can inherit the Kuan Peng bloodline, there's probably no possibility of atavism. Earth Kuan King nodded and said, this Kuan Peng came from the lower realm. I don't know what kind of fortuitous encounter he obtained to transform into the Kuan Peng bloodline. Without anyone to protect him, he won't be able to protect his bloodline. This Kuan Peng is smart. After it ascended, it never showed the characteristics of the Kuan Peng bloodline. It only showed the aura of the Kuan race's bloodline. Haha, the Earth Rock King chuckled and said, unfortunately, he can't hide from the perception of an Imperial Emperor expert. At this moment, the Moon Witch King seemed to have sensed something. His gaze shifted, and he said in a low voice, someone's here. In the next moment, 4 figures tore through the void and descended on the ancient planet. One of them was Immortal King Yulan. After appearing, Immortal King Yulan did not hesitate. She propped up her great perfection paradise and enveloped the Earth Rock King and Moon Witch King. After the 4 of them arrived, they split into 2 groups. Immortal King Yulan charged toward the Earth Rock King and Moon Witch King, while the other 3 charged toward the black-armored man in midair. The Earth Rock King frowned. Among the 4 figures, only Immortal King Yulan was at the Great Perfection Paradise realm. The other 3 were only at the True Self realm and could not threaten the black-armored man at all. The black-armored man was guarded by 4 Kuan race kings. The 3 true spirits could not get close to the black-armored man at all. As for the peak stage Immortal King in front of him, the Earth Rock King curled his lips and revealed a cold smile. Not to mention the peak stage Immortal King of the witch race beside him, even he himself was enough to suppress Immortal King Yulan. You are courting death. The Earth Rock King did not hesitate. The void behind him collapsed, and a huge grotto heaven appeared. A dark and deep ocean surged inside, emitting a cold and sinister aura. Flower Realm, Immortal King Yulan. The Moon Witch King recognized Immortal King Yulan and raised his eyebrows. He also propped up a grotto heaven and faced her. Boom! Boom! The three great perfection grotto heavens collided directly, erupting with a deafening explosion that shook the starry sky and the earth. On the other side, three figures pounced toward the black-armored man in midair. The four Kuan race kings hiding in the dark immediately appeared. One of them stood in front of the three with a disdainful expression. He suddenly spoke and unleashed a sound domain secret technique in the direction of the three. He alone was enough to deal with three true spirits. He did not even need to use his grotto heaven. The other three kings of the Kuan race watched this scene calmly. Due to the Kuan race's huge bodies and majestic chi and blood, the sound domain secret technique would erupt with extremely terrifying destructive power. Even kings of the same level from other races might not be able to escape unscathed. If they were facing true spirits, the sound domain secret technique of the Kuan race was enough to shatter their bodies and primordial spirits into a bloody mist and kill them instantly. Poof! 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 As expected. After the sound domain secret technique was unleashed, the three figures could not withstand the impact and their bodies instantly exploded. However, after the three figures' bodies exploded, no blood flowed out. Only three jade slips were left floating in the air, emitting purple, red, and green rays of light. Oh! The Kuan race king was stunned. This is the three pure jade booklet? The other three Kuan race kings exclaimed in disbelief when they saw the three jade slips. The Kuan race king who had just attacked seemed to sense that something was wrong. However, he could not figure it out. At that moment, a figure rushed out of the void that Immortal King Yulan and the others had just walked out of. It was too fast. Almost the instant after the Kuan race king released the sound domain secret technique, this figure rushed out. When the Kuan race king saw the three pure jade booklet and was slightly dazed, this figure arrived in front of him and slashed forward with an emerald sword in hand. The sword flashed and sank into the Kuan race king's glabella. This sword completely ended this person's life. No matter how strong a king's primordial spirit was, it could not block the Qingping sword's sharpness. The Kuan race king's eyes widened in disbelief even at the moment of his death. Just as the sword light flashed, he finally understood one thing. If the three pure jade booklet belonged to Immortal King Yulan, it should be a clone of a king, not a true self. In other words, the owner of the three pure jade booklet was someone else. Apart from the three pure jade clone, there should be another true body. However, even if he understood this, the Kuan race king would never have imagined that a true spirit could kill him instantly. This was a perfect assassination. Su Zimo's timing was the moment the Kuan race king was dazed when he saw the three pure jade booklet after releasing the sound domain secret technique. Whether it was a moment faster or a moment slower, it would not have achieved this effect. Chapter 2970. A Kuan king was killed in an instant. Immortal King Yulan couldn't help but exclaim when she saw this. A Dongshu realm true spirit was able to kill a Grotto Heaven realm king. Even the most outstanding geniuses in history might not be able to do so. This assassination could be said to be breathtaking. Be it the timing, the release of the secret technique, or the opponent's mentality, they were all perfectly used by him. In order to succeed in the assassination, Su Zhu didn't hesitate to reveal the three pure jade book. But at the same time, Immortal King Yulan also knew that killing a Kuan king didn't mean that Su Zhu could fight against a Kuan king. This kind of assassination could only be attempted once, and could only succeed once. There were still three Kuan kings on the other side. They reacted and attacked with all their might. Su Zhu had no chance. Immortal King Yulan tried her best to stall the Kuan king and Moon Witch king, but she sighed in her heart. In her opinion, Su Zimo was risking it all by exposing a secret utmost treasure like the three pure jade manual in order to assassinate a king of the Kuan race. Although he succeeded, the appearance of the 3-purity jade book would definitely attract the attention of others. When the Kun King and the Moon Witch King saw the 3 clarities jade booklet, their eyes shone brightly, and a hint of excitement flashed past them. Seeing a Kun King die, the Kun King and Moon Witch King were slightly surprised, but they didn't take it to heart. It was just a true spirit. Even if he succeeded in killing a Kun King, it wouldn't cause much trouble. They were already secretly planning how to snatch the 3-purity jade book. On the other side of the battlefield, with the death of a Kun King, Su Zimo's true body was completely exposed. The armor-clad man was originally cultivating, but when he saw this, he couldn't help but frown. But he looked calm and wasn't worried at all. The remaining 3 Kun Kings had already gone up to meet him. Mas, Ter. Carefree opened his eyes with great difficulty. When he saw the figure below him, he found it hard to believe. He murmured softly, and his eyes gradually turned red. The armor-clad man had stolen his bloodline, and he had been resisting and persevering. He didn't want to give in just like that. However, his body was bound by chains covered in sorcerer tribe runes. His shoulder blades were pierced through, and he could not even transform into his true form. He could not resist at all. Carefree could clearly feel that his bloodline was being devoured bit by the black-armored man. Pain and despair. Carefree's heart was filled with helplessness. His consciousness gradually became blurry. Just as he was about to lower his head and give up, there was a sudden change below. He subconsciously looked up and saw a familiar figure with black hair and green robes. Master? Was this for real? Master has come to save me. At that moment, the 3 Kun Kings did not hold back at all. They raised their respective grotto heavens and surrounded their master. Carefree widened his eyes and subconsciously clenched his fists. He could tell that his master's cultivation had yet to reach the grotto heaven realm. His master was only a true spirit realm cultivator. How was he supposed to defend himself against 3 Kun Kings? A mere immortal spirit dares to meddle in the affairs of the Kun race? You are truly courting death. A Kun race king released a light shout, his eyes cold. He propped up his heavenly passage, suppressing downwards. On the battlefield, Su Zimo did not retreat against the encirclement of the 3 Kun Kings. He had no space to dodge. The 3 Kun Kings' grotto heavens had already sealed all the space around him. Su Zimo took a deep breath. His eyes shone brightly as he conjured hand seals with both hands. He frantically activated his essence spirit and released his innate ability, 8 Fangs Divine Power. Swoosh! Su Zimo's aura instantly rose to another level. After releasing this innate ability, Su Zimo's physical body, bloodline, and essence spirit were all at their peak. Boom! A loud explosion sounded from Su Zimo's body. In the blink of an eye, 3 heads grew from his shoulders, and 6 arms grew from his sides. Supreme ability, 4 heads, 8 arms. Both of his palms unleashed a supreme divine ability each. In the state of 4 heads, 8 arms, Su Zimo's black hair billowed and his aura surged. He was like a Shura that had descended. His gaze was like lightning as he stared at the 3 Kun Kings around him. Hiss! The 3 kings of the Kun race gasped. This was 4 heads, 8 arms. Originally, the 3 of them had surrounded Su Zimo. However, at this moment, the 3 Kun Kings felt as if they were being attacked by Su Zimo. Su Zimo's newly grown 6 arms were not idle either. His palms moved at the same time as he conjured different hand seals. A blood-red longsword that contained boundless killing intent caused the stars in the heavens and earth to tremble. Dragons and snakes danced in the air as the heavens and earth were overturned. Immortal slaying sword. Roar! Roar! Wang mani pa mi hum. Suddenly, a series of Sanskrit chants sounded in mid-air, accompanied by the roars of dragons and elephants. Around Su Zimo, Buddhas, dragons, and elephants appeared. Buddhist light illuminated the entire world. Buddhas, dragons, and elephants. A huge abyss vortex descended from the sky. 6 strange runes flashed on it as it spun continuously. It was as if it wanted to devour everything in the world and drag all life into the cycle of reincarnation. 6 paths of reincarnation. Whoosh! A scarlet flame burst out and condensed into a small fiery red sparrow in midair. Its body contained a terrifying power that was incomparably hot and could incinerate the world. Vermilion bird heavenly fire. Another hand seal descended. The surrounding space was locked, and time came to a standstill. Space-time imprisonment. Su Zimo's left eye was pitch black, while his right eye was pure white. 2 divine lights, one black and one white, condensed into a huge yin-yang millstone in midair. Limitless yin-yang. Including the 8 fangs divine force and 4 heads and 8 arms at the beginning, Su Zimo unleashed 8 supreme divine powers at the same time. In an instant, the earth and mountains shook, and the void trembled. The commotion was so great that even immortal King Yulan and the other 2 who were fighting on the other side subconsciously looked over. What they saw shocked the 3 of them. What was that? Supreme divine powers? They had seen almost all the supreme divine powers since they had started cultivating. However, they had never seen so many supreme divine powers being unleashed from the same person at the same time. The scene before them was earth-shattering with a terrifying aura. It was not any weaker than the head-on confrontation between their grotto heavens. Su Zimo had once relied on his 4 heads and 8 arms state to control the Qingping sword, Tai horsetail whisk, and other treasures to dominate in close combat. As a matter of fact, that was not the ultimate move of 4 heads and 8 arms. The meaning of 4 heads and 8 arms was not just for close combat. In the state of 4 heads and 8 arms, Su Zimo could unleash 8 supreme divine powers at the same time, unleashing them instantly and pushing his killing power to the limit. Although supreme divine powers were powerful, they were limited by their cultivation realm after all. The release of their true spirits could not shake the grotto heavens at all. Even with 2 or 3 supreme mystic skills, there was no way they could fight against the grotto heaven. What about 5 or 6? What kind of power would be unleashed when 8 supreme divine powers were unleashed at the same time and stacked together? Since ancient times, there had never been such a scene before. Therefore, no one knew what kind of power would be unleashed when 8 supreme divine powers were unleashed at the same time. Even Su Zimo had no idea. Su Zimo stared at the 3 kings of the Kuan race with his 4 heads and 8 eyes and spoke at the same time. His voice echoed across the heavens and earth as he said slowly, "Today, you're lucky enough to witness it with your own eyes." Chapter 2971. Other than using the 4 heads and 8 arms and 8 fangs to improve his condition, Su Zimo used the remaining 6 supreme mystiques on one of the Kuan kings without holding back. The 3 Kuan kings stood in 3 different positions. If the 6 supreme mystiques were spread out and used against the 3 grotto heavens, it would be equivalent to having their power dissipated. They might not be able to do anything. The safest way was to use all of them on one of the Kuan kings. The immortal vanquishing sword was extremely murderous. The Buddhas, dragons, and elephants shook the void. The 6 paths of reincarnation devoured everything. The vermilion bird heavenly fire incinerated everything. The infinite yin and yang crushed heaven and earth. Coupled with the restriction of time and space, although it only affected the Kuan king for a moment, it was more than enough. The 6 supreme mystiques covered the sky and the 6 paths of reincarnation. When combined, the power that burst out had completely transformed and reached another level. Boom! The 6 supreme mystiques collided with the grotto heavens and exploded with a loud bang. After a slight pause, the grotto heavens collapsed and turned into nothingness. Whoosh! The king of the Kuan immediately unleashed his blood chi and transformed into a giant Kuan. Even so, he still couldn't block the attack of the 6 supreme spells. The immortal vanquishing sword left shocking wounds on his body. They were so deep that his bones could be seen. His body was almost torn apart. Although the giant Kuan's body was huge, it still couldn't withstand the 6 paths of reincarnation. Boom! After all, he was the Kuan king. With a loud bang, the Kuan king used his powerful blood essence to break free of the 6 paths of reincarnation. However, he was already covered in injuries. Under the chants of the Buddhas and the attacks of the divine dragons and elephants, the wounds on his body deepened and blood flowed non-stop. The Kuan king's body was shattered into pieces. This kind of injury was nothing to a Kuan king. However, the supreme mystiques didn't stop attacking. The millstone formed by the infinite yin and yang descended and continuously crushed the Kuan king's shattered body, not giving him a chance to rebuild his body. Under the crushing power of yin and yang, the Kuan king's body exploded into a bloody mist. Even his primordial spirit was severely injured. Even so, the Kuan king was still alive. The Kuan race's vitality was too strong. As long as he had a chance to catch his breath, he would be able to recover. However, the vermilion bird Heavenly Flame followed closely behind, not giving him any chance. A small fiery red sparrow rushed into the blood mist and then exploded into flames that filled the sky, forming a momentum that could burn the heavens. The Kuan king's primordial spirit and flesh were quickly burned to ashes. The space around the star was burned red, as if the sky was filled with red clouds. Amidst the devastation, there was also a strange sense of beauty. When the people on the planet saw this, they were all shocked. Even the 3 pinnacle kings, Immortal King Yulan, Earth Rock King, and Moon Witch King, felt an unprecedented shock. How could this be? Releasing a supreme divine ability was extremely taxing on one's primordial spirit. The burden on his primordial spirit was even greater after continuously releasing supreme divine abilities. How much of a toll would it take on one's primordial spirit to release 8 supreme divine abilities in one breath? He was just a true spirit, how could he possibly withstand it? Releasing multiple supreme divine abilities at the same time was more taxing on one's primordial spirit than continuously releasing them. Back then, Su Zimo had released many supreme divine abilities consecutively in the evil spirit battlefield, which had already made the scalps of many kings go numb. Now, he had released 8 supreme divine abilities in an instant. The shock in the hearts of the 3 pinnacle kings could be imagined. Of course, the Earth Rock King didn't know that Su Zimo's primordial spirit was the fusion of the taboo dragon phoenix and the creation Qinglian's primordial spirit. It also contained the yin and yang powers of candlelight and nether glow. It was supplemented by the number 1 spirit refinement mystic art, the Prajna Nirvana Sutra. Under normal circumstances, his primordial spirit was comparable to an ordinary king's primordial spirit. When he released the power of 8 fangs and had 4 heads and 8 arms, the strength of Su Zimo's primordial spirit had already reached the greater mastery of the Grotto Heaven realm, comparable to a peerless king. It was also because of this that the power of the 6 supreme divine abilities could reach such a terrifying level. Almost in a breath's time, he had killed a Kuan king. The first reaction of the Earth Rock King and the Moon Witch King was that Su Zimo's battle prowess most likely came from the Taboo's secret manual, the 3 Pure Jade Book. This scene strengthened the determination of the 2 pinnacle kings to snatch the 3 Pure Jade Book. Immortal King Yulan was secretly speechless. Although Su Zimo had killed 2 kings in a row after he appeared. The difference between before and after was like heaven and earth. In the first case, Su Zimo had relied on his battle prowess to take advantage of the situation and successfully assassinate a Kuan king. As for the latter, Su Zimo unleashed an unparalleled killing technique against the encirclement of 3 kings and killed a Kuan race king head-on. A Grottovoid realm true spirit already had the battle prowess to kill an ordinary king head-on. It could even destroy the opponent's body and soul. Such talent and potential were enough to make any of his opponents wary or even fearful. Of course, in Immortal King Yulan's opinion, Su Zimo wanted to save them, but it was still as difficult as ascending to the heavens. After all, there were still 2 Kuan kings left. And he had used all his trump cards. How could he get rid of the 2 kings? Whether it was Immortal King Yulan or the Earth Rock King, neither of them had realized what Su Zimo was planning to do. The entire process seemed long, but only 2 breaths had passed from the moment Su Zimo appeared to the moment the 2 Kun kings died. The battle still hadn't stopped. "You're Su Zhu from the Sword World." A Kun king quickly guessed Su Zimo's identity. In the 3,000 worlds, the only true spirit who had comprehended so many supreme divine abilities was the peak master of the 9th sword peak who had risen to fame in recent years. "You've released so many supreme divine abilities. I'd like to see what other tricks you have up your sleeve." The other Kun king's eyes were cold as he shouted and charged over with a small grotto heaven. In their opinion, releasing 8 supreme divine abilities at the same time was too taxing on the primordial spirit. A true spirit wouldn't be able to withstand it. Furthermore, supreme divine abilities were the strongest means of a true spirit. What else could Su Zhu have left? Facing the incoming Kun king, Su Zimo didn't retreat at all. Instead, he charged forward. Behind him, the void collapsed, and a looming grotto heaven appeared. "This is a grotto heaven?" The Kun king's face turned pale in fright. He thought that Su Zimo was hiding his cultivation level, but in fact, he had already stepped into the grotto heaven realm. But soon, he discovered something strange. "It's not a grotto heaven," the Kun king calmed down and suddenly laughed. "So it's just a grotto heaven phantom. You want to fight my real grotto heaven with just this?" Before he finished speaking, the grotto heaven phantom behind Su Zimo collided with the Kun king's small grotto heaven. Rumble. The void shook. The scene of the Kun race's king crushing the other party as he had imagined did not happen. On the contrary, Su Zimo's grotto heaven phantom could even fight his small grotto heaven head-on. Su Zimo's grotto heaven phantom contained the Tao of the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra, the divine power of candlelight and nether glow, and even the power of light and darkness. Even though it was just a phantom, it wasn't weaker than a real grotto heaven. Chapter 2972. Boom. Another deafening sound echoed. Su Zimo's grotto heaven phantom and the Kun monarch's grotto heaven shattered at the same time, turning into nothingness. Su Zimo raised the Tai horsetail whisk with one hand and 3,000 silver threads tore through the air, wrapping around the Kun monarch's body to prevent him from reverting to his true form. At the same time, he threw out the Sanyu Rui with his other hand towards the Kun monarch's head. With his other hand, he waved the Qingping sword and stabbed towards the other party's glabella. Seeing that the situation was bad, the other Kun monarch hurriedly supported his grotto heaven to suppress it. Su Zimo's grotto heaven phantom had already dissipated in the collision earlier on. Now that it was facing the attack of another grotto heaven, it seemed like it could not withstand the burden. Inside his body, the sound of bones cracking could be heard. His body was trembling slightly. "Let's see how you're going to survive." The Kun monarch roared and channeled his essence spirit, releasing all the power of his grotto heaven. The grotto heaven behind him emitted a dark light and surged coldly within, enveloping Su Zimo bit by bit. Su Zimo's physical body had indeed reached the level of the grotto heaven realm. However, it was still difficult for him to withstand the might of the grotto heaven. Seeing Su Zimo's figure being devoured by the grotto heaven bit by bit, the carefree Xiao Yao clenched his fists tightly with tears in his eyes. He struggled continuously as the chains on his body rattled. Foo-foo. When the black-armored man saw this, he chuckled and said proudly, "Stop struggling. This is the fate of you and your disciple." Immortal King Yulan sighed inwardly when she saw this scene. The fact that Su Zimo could kill 2 Kun monarchs and destroy the grotto heaven of a 3rd Kun monarch had already far exceeded her imagination. Unfortunately, he was still a little lacking. Su Zimo was dead and there was no way she could hold on here. It was time for her to think of a way out. Right then, a sonorous voice sounded from the Kun monarch's grotto heaven. "I've never believed in fate." The moment he said that, a series of terrifying cracking sounds could be heard from the Kun monarch's grotto heaven. Above the small heavenly abode, spiderweb-like cracks gradually appeared and rapidly expanded, covering the entire heavenly abode. Whoosh! Suddenly, Streaks of dazzling green light burst out of the small grotto heaven, illuminating the void and cleansing the universe. Rumble. Subsequently, a deafening explosion resounded from the battlefield. Even immortal King Yulan and the other two who were fighting in the distance were shocked and subconsciously looked over. Then, the three of them saw an extremely shocking scene. A dark green Qinglian was seen bursting out of that small heavenly passage, defying the heavens as it rose up. Enormous lotus leaves grew on its body, covering the sky and covering the sun, flickering with light. At the very top of Qinglian, there was a lotus flower that emitted a green brilliance. The 12 circles of lotus leaves were constantly blooming, and the 108 lotus seeds were dancing in the air. This Qinglian exuded an incomparably terrifying aura, as if it was the god of all creatures. It took root in the stars, connected to the heavens and penetrated the earth, overlooking the 3,000 worlds. Hiss. When the three peak stage immortal kings saw this scene, they were all shocked. This is the 12th grade creation Qinglian. Immortal King Yulan had long guessed that Su Zimo might be related to the creation Qinglian, but she did not expect that Su Zimo had already cultivated the creation Qinglian to the 12th grade realm. Under normal circumstances, Su Zimo's physical body had already reached the level of a small heavenly abode. After releasing the eight-fanged divine power, the power of this bloodline phenomenon had already surpassed that of a small heavenly abode. When the 12th grade creation Qinglian's bloodline phenomenon appeared, Su Zimo, who was under the four-headed and eight-armed immortal king, immediately broke free and took out the Trijade Rui scepter, the Tai horsetail whisk, and the Qingping sword to attack the two Kun kings. The two Kun kings were scared out of their wits. They had never seen a true spirit being able to erupt with such terrifying combat strength. The bloodline phenomenon of a true spirit was able to destroy a small heavenly abode. What kind of bloodline was this? Without the protection of the heavenly abode, the two of them could not withstand Su Zimo's attack at all. In close combat, no one could defeat the four-headed and eight-armed Su Zimo. Not to mention the two Kun kings, even two more would not be enough. The two Kun kings also took out their bloodline phenomenons, but they still could not withstand the attack of the 12th grade creation Qinglian. The giant Kun behind them appeared and wanted to devour the 12th grade creation Qinglian, but it was quickly shattered by the swaying Qinglian and turned into nothingness. The most terrifying thing was that the two Kun kings could clearly feel that their bloodlines were being suppressed. The 12th grade creation Qinglian appeared behind them and the four-headed, eight-armed Su Zimo held all kinds of divine weapons. His gaze was like lightning and his aura was monstrous. He was unparalleled. Ever since Su Zimo's Qinglian true body stepped into the true self stage, he was worried that his bloodline would be exposed, so he had never used his full strength. Even when facing the siege of more than 20 supreme true spirits in the evil demon battlefield, Su Zimo had still held back. It was only today that the 12th grade Qinglian true body truly erupted with its full strength. In just a few rounds, it killed the two Kun kings. This was the true combat strength of Qinglian true body at its peak state. Su Zimo had not stepped into the heavenly abode, but he dared to travel with immortal King Yulan. The most important reason was that he had something to rely on. He knew that if he really faced an ordinary immortal king, he had enough means to kill them. Even if he could not defeat a peerless king or a peak king, he had the chance to escape thousands of miles away. At this point in the battle, the four Kun kings guarding the black-armored man had all died. Apart from the first one, who was killed by Su Zimo in a daze. The other three were killed by Su Zimo domineeringly in a head-on battle. Seeing this scene, the black-armored man in midair finally panicked. After killing the four Kun race kings, Su Zimo glared at him right away. "Earth Kun King, come and save me." The black-armored man's heart trembled as he hurriedly shouted. The Earth Kun King frowned with an ugly expression. The black-armored man had a noble status as the Arch. He had been arranged by the Kun the Arch to protect his safety. Naturally, he could not let him suffer any harm. The Earth Kun King let out a long roar, and the power of the heavenly abode behind him skyrocketed as it pressed down on immortal King Yulan. The Moon Witch King sensed the Earth Kuan King's intentions and also released secret techniques to tie down Immortal King Yulan's energy. Immortal King Yulan retreated step by step. Her perfected grotto heaven was on the verge of collapse and could not hold on any longer. The Earth Kuan King left his perfected grotto heaven on the battlefield and continued to pressure Immortal King Yulan. At the same time, he moved and instantly appeared behind Su Zimo, smashing down with his palm. Boom! Su Zimo's bloodline phenomenon instantly collapsed. The Earth Kuan King was a peak king. Even without the protection of his grotto heaven, he could easily kill Su Zimo with just his physical body and bloodline. With a perfected grotto heaven, his Tao techniques were close to perfection and he tempered his physical body and bloodline all year round. Naturally, he was far from what ordinary kings could compare to. Su Zimo was only a true spirit after all. The difference between the two was too great. The grade 12 creation Qinglian's bloodline phenomenon could not withstand it at all. Die. The Earth Kuan King's gaze was cold. After shattering Qinglian's bloodline phenomenon with one palm, his palm did not stop and continued to press down on Su Zimo's head. The power of this palm was so strong that it instantly collapsed the void and sealed all the space Su Zimo could dodge. Chapter 2973. Su Zimo seemed to know that he could not avoid it and could only wave his 8 arms to meet the Earth Kuan monarch's huge hand. Ha! The Earth Kuan monarch sneered. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. That's all there is to it. Compared to his attack, Su Zimo's palm was too weak. At that moment, the Earth Kuan monarch's heart palpitated for no reason. The Earth Kuan monarch's heart skipped a beat as he continued attacking Su Zimo. At the same time, he was on guard and probed his surroundings. As far as he was concerned, only a peak king could threaten him. If it was not Immortal King Yulan, there would be other experts spying nearby. However, he did not detect anything unusual with his divine consciousness. There were indeed 2 women in the distant void. However, they were only true spirits and were nothing to be afraid of. They seemed to be from the Sword World and Flower World. After dealing with Immortal King Yulan and the 9th Sword Peak Master, he would kill the 2 of them. A few thoughts flashed through his mind as the Earth Kuan monarch's huge hand collided with Su Zimo's 8 arms. A huge force surged over, vast and majestic. Su Zimo's body shook violently. Even his 4 heads and 8 arms could not withstand it. Crack! Su Zimo's 6 arms and 3 heads exploded instantly. The Earth Kuan monarch broke his 4-headed, 8-armed state with a casual palm strike. Su Zimo's bones were broken and his organs were ruptured. He spat out blood and fell heavily to the ground, stirring up a lot of dust. A terrifying force surged into Qinglian's true body, destroying the vitality of this body. If not for Qinglian's true body having grown to the 12th stage and had a huge vitality and powerful blood qi, he would have died on the spot with just that palm strike. Su Zimo endured the pain and stared at the Earth Kuan monarch. There was no fear in his eyes. Instead, he was looking forward to it. This scene was not out of the Earth Kuan monarch's expectations. A true spirit was too weak in front of him. So what if it was a 12th stage creation Qinglian? So what if she had 4 heads and 8 arms? She could not withstand a single blow. The Earth Kuan monarch did not even look at Su Zimo. His huge hand did not stop and continued to press down, wanting to crush Su Zimo to death. In midair, the Earth Kuan monarch looked down from above, his white hair fluttering. With one hand, he heavily injured Su Zimo with indescribable ease. That was the battle strength of a pinnacle king. Overwhelming strength. The Earth Rock King stood proudly and said indifferently, in front of absolute power, Before he could finish his words, he stopped abruptly. It was because he heard a muffled drum sound. It was lifeless, indescribably sorrowful, devoid of life. These scenes flashed before the Earth Kuan monarch's eyes like a merry-go-round. Finally, he saw a white-haired, withered old man with a face full of wrinkles. His eyes were lifeless as he stood alone on an ancient planet. He was on the verge of death and could die at any moment. That old man, it was himself. That ancient star was the star he was standing on. The Earth Kuan monarch shook his head vigorously. When he opened his eyes again, the scene just now had already disappeared. Was it an illusion? The Earth Kuan monarch suddenly felt a tightness in his chest and took a deep breath instinctively. Even his breathing became extremely difficult. The Earth Kuan monarch seemed to have thought of something and extended his hands instinctively. There was not much flesh left on his palms. They were only skin and bones covered in old wrinkles. My lifespan. The Earth Kuan monarch was horrified and wanted to activate his essence spirit to release a dermic art. However, his essence spirit was already dried up and the blood chi in his body was declining. He no longer had any vitality. Even the Earth Kuan monarch's grand perfection grotto heaven above immortal King Yulan's head had quietly dissipated. Immortal King Yulan heaved a sigh of relief and looked over. At this moment, the Moon Witch King was also looking at the Earth Kuan monarch in horror. Although the Earth Kuan monarch had already left his peak, his lifespan was still at least a few 100,000 years. Although he was a little old, he still maintained his powerful combat strength. At this moment, the Earth Kuan monarch was old and senile. The vitality in his body had dissipated, and his lifespan had been completely exhausted. How could such a huge change happen in such a short time? Although immortal King Yulan and the Moon Witch King were fighting, the two of them had been paying attention to the situation here. The Earth Kuan monarch had already severely injured Sword Realm Su Zhu and was about to kill her when such a strange and terrifying scene suddenly occurred. In the entire process, no one attacked the Earth Kuan monarch at all. However, without any warning, the situation changed drastically. The Earth Kuan monarch suddenly fell into such a miserable state and could no longer survive. How could this be? At this moment, the Earth Kuan monarch seemed to have thought of something. Using the last of his strength, he slowly turned his head. The Earth Kuan monarch looked at Su Zimo, who had been severely injured by his palm and had fallen to the ground. His turbid eyes flickered with indignation as he squeezed out two words from between his teeth. "It's you?" Indeed, no one had attacked him just now. The only person he had come into contact with was only one. A true spirit that he disdained to look at. Immortal King Yulan and the Moon Witch King were also dumbfounded as they looked at Su Zimo, who was not far away, in disbelief. The Earth Kuan monarch had ended up in such a state because of a true spirit? Su Zimo slowly stood up, his face somewhat pale. It had been a long time since he had suffered such serious injuries. After being severely injured by the Earth Kuan monarch's palm force, even the level 12 Qinglian's true body of a true spirit of creation took an extremely long time to recover. Su Zimo looked at the Earth Kuan monarch, who was not far away, and said indifferently, "I have comprehended 9 supreme abilities and only released 8 of them just now. I have been saving this fleeting youth for you." This fleeting youth, which had fused with the morning bell and evening drum, had completely transformed. However, under normal circumstances, this fleeting youth would not be able to threaten a king as long as he had the protection of a grotto heaven. Or perhaps, a king at his peak age could prop up his grotto heaven the moment he sensed the exhaustion of his lifespan and stop it. This was the suppression of one's realm and Tao technique. However, the Earth Kuan monarch was already past his prime and had left his grotto heaven in another battlefield to restrain immortal King Yulan. The reason why Su Zimo had not used Moment of Youth was because he was waiting for such an opportunity. Hearing Su Zimo's words, the Earth Kuan monarch seemed to have thought of something. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he opened his mouth slightly, as if he wanted to say something. "You." He. Before the Earth Kuan monarch could finish his last sentence, his lifespan was exhausted, and he collapsed powerlessly on the ground, dead. Just like the Earth Kuan monarch, immortal King Yulan had also heard the meaning behind Su Zimo's words just now. This fleeting moment of youth has always been reserved for you. In other words, this peak master of the Sword Realm, a true spirit at the Dongshu stage, had been eyeing the Earth Kun monarch since the very beginning. Not only did this peak master Su want to save someone, but he also wanted to kill someone. Moreover, he wanted to kill a king at the peak. Immortal King Yulan felt her scalp go numb. This Su Zhu really had guts. Even she did not dare to have such thoughts. However, Su Zhu had been eyeing the Earth Kun monarch from the very beginning, wanting to kill this king at the peak. More importantly, he had succeeded. Chapter 2974. Su Zimo had successfully killed the Earth Rock King, but that didn't mean that he had the battle prowess to challenge a pinnacle king. Moreover, the Earth Rock King's palm strike wasn't easy for him either. Su Zimo tried his best to calm his breathing, relying on the self-healing power of the level 12 creation Qinglian to slowly circulate his qi and blood to heal his injuries. With the death of the Earth Rock King, the situation on the planet immediately changed. The Moon Witch King wanted to retreat. Even if he stayed here, it would be very difficult to kill immortal King Yulan. As long as he left and spread the news of what happened today, he would be able to bring great trouble to the Sword Realm and the Flower Realm. He wasn't related to the Black-Armored Man, so there was no need for him to stay here. The Black-Armored Man seemed to have realized that the situation wasn't good, and he looked a little flustered. He was currently at the most critical juncture. If he left now, all his efforts would be in vain. However, if he didn't leave, there would be no one to protect him, and his life might be in danger. At this moment, Su Zhu dragged her heavily injured body into the air. She didn't head towards him, but rather towards the other side of the battlefield. The Black-Armored Man heaved a sigh of relief. He hesitated and didn't choose to leave immediately. Immortal King Yulan and the Moon Witch King, who were still fighting, immediately noticed Su Zimo's movements. The same thought flashed through their minds at the same time. What is he going to do? Immortal King Yulan's guess was right. Before Su Zimo made his move, he was already prepared to kill. He didn't just want to kill the 4 ordinary Kun kings, but also the Earth Rock King and the Moon Witch King. Before Immortal King Yulan made her move, she had countless doubts and worries. She was worried that even if she saved them, they would be plagued with endless troubles in the future. Su Zimo naturally thought of this too. And all his worries could be resolved in one way. That was to kill the 4 ordinary immortal kings, the Black-Armored Man, and even the Earth Rock King and the Moon Witch King. He had to eliminate all possible troubles and disasters in advance so as to prevent future troubles. That was why Su Zimo released Qinglian's bloodline without hesitation. The Moon Witch King seemed to have sensed Su Zimo's killing intent and could not help but frown. This heavily injured true spirit still wanted to kill him? This Su Zhu had unleashed 9 supreme divine arts and was severely injured by the Earth Kun King. How much battle strength did she have left? If it were any other time, this kind of true spirit, he could crush it with a single finger. It was just that with the Earth Kun King dead, he also did not have the heart to persist in fighting. Hee, the Moon Witch King sneered and said, "The 2 of you have caused a great disaster. Just wait for the Kun realm's revenge." His voice hadn't died away when the Moon Witch King and Immortal King Yulan collided head-on once again, and the Moon Witch King seized the opportunity to retreat, intending to leave this place. "Hold him," Su Zimo growled. Even without Su Zimo's reminder, Immortal King Yulan knew how important this matter was. Immortal King Yulan pushed her primordial spirit to the limit. Her qi and blood surged as she chased after him again. "Humph." The Moon Witch King snorted coldly and said, "Yulan, with your strength alone, you can't hold me back at all." In fact, Immortal King Yulan also knew that if the Moon Witch King wanted to escape this place, with her battle strength, she couldn't hold him back at all. The opposite was also true. If she wanted to leave now, the Moon Witch King couldn't hold her back either. There was indeed a gap between the two's battle strength, but it wasn't to the extent where they could suppress each other. "Hold his grotto heaven." At this moment, Su Zimo spoke again. Immortal King Yulan still didn't understand. Even if she held back the Moon Witch King's great perfection grotto heaven with all her strength, what could she do? The most important reason why Su Zimo could kill the Earth Kuan King earlier was that the Earth Kuan King had underestimated him and was not on guard. Now, the Moon Witch King would definitely be on guard. Not to mention that Su Zimo couldn't unleash that supreme divine art that could reduce one's lifespan in a short period of time. Even if he still had the strength to unleash it, the Moon Witch King wouldn't give him the chance to succeed. As a pinnacle king, he naturally knew countless divine arts and secret techniques. Any one of them could break that supreme divine art. Although she was puzzled, immortal King Yulan still didn't hesitate. She unleashed her full strength and unleashed many secret techniques in succession, temporarily locking down the Moon Witch King's great perfection grotto heaven. The Moon Witch King glanced at Su Zimo, full of mockery and contempt, and sneered, "You're just a true spirit, so you don't understand the battle between kings. So what if you've trapped my grotto heaven?" Naive. Immortal King Yulan temporarily held back the Moon Witch King's grotto heaven, which also meant that her grotto heaven was also restricted to where it was and couldn't be used for the time being. She couldn't even be distracted. Once she was slightly distracted, the Moon Witch King's great perfection grotto heaven would break free. And at this moment, the Moon Witch King could leave at any time. Was she going to rely on the heavily injured Su Zimo to stop a pinnacle king? Su Zimo didn't reply. His left eye was pitch black, while his right eye was pure white. Two beams of light, one black and one white, shot out and landed on the tiny horsetail whisk in his hand. The jade handle was the shaft, the silver thread was the hair, and yin and yang were the ink. Su Zimo waved the tiny horsetail whisk, rapidly writing 12 strange characters in the void. The black characters were dark and cold. Ding Mao, Ding Si, Ding Wei, Ding Yu, Ding Hai, Ding Chou. The white characters were blazing with light. Jia Zi, Jia Su, Jia Shen, Jia Wu, Jia Chen, Jia Yin. Book 6 Ding, 6 Jia, Xingxing, Deities and Ghosts, disband. Su Zimo shouted softly. The next moment, the 12 strange characters rapidly transformed. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into 12 figures with terrifying auras. The black characters transformed into 6 women in black battle armor. They had graceful figures and held battle swords in their hands. The white characters transformed into 6 men in white battle armor. They had tall and sturdy figures and held battle halberds in their hands. More importantly, the auras emanating from these 6 pairs of men and women had already reached the grotto heaven realm. This mystic technique actually originated from the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra. It was also the strongest dermic formulation in the Tai section of the Taboo Mystic Manual, the Technique Repository. Back then, the 9 Heavens Mystic Fairy Emperor had passed down this dermic Tao in the form of 12 talismans, which were obtained by the Academy's patriarch. It was a pity that the 12 talismans were devoured completely when they encountered Su Zimo's illumination and nether glow divine stones. Su Zimo had also used that exchange to comprehend the crux of this mystic technique. The so-called 6 Ding 6 Armor God referred to using the power of Yin and Yang to condense the 6 Ding Yin God and 6 Armor God to fight for oneself. The 6 Ding 6 Armor God that was condensed was closely related to the cultivator's essence spirit realm. Su Zimo released his 8-teeth divine power. His essence spirit realm had already reached the greater mastery of the grotto heaven realm. In other words, the 6 Ding 6 Armor God that he had just condensed was comparable to a peerless king in terms of physical strength. If the Moon Witch King had the protection of a perfected grotto heaven, the 6 Ding 6 Armor God at the greater mastery of the grotto heaven realm might not be a threat to him. However, his greater grotto heaven was temporarily trapped by the Yulan Immortal King. This created the best opportunity for the 6 Ding 6 Armor God to unleash their battle prowess to the extreme. The 6 Ding 6 Armor God quickly stepped forward and surrounded the Moon Witch King. The Moon Witch King's gaze flickered as he looked at the 12 figures with terrifying auras and murderous auras around him. Who is the naive one? Su Zimo asked indifferently. Then, without waiting for the Moon Witch King to reply, he pointed into the distance and said, "Kill." Chapter 2975. In reality, the looting Liujia god that Su Zimo formed was not a grotto heaven realm culmination. This was because the looting Liujia god had no primordial spirit or bloodline. It only had a body formed by the power of yin and yang. Its physical strength was comparable to that of a peerless king. The Moon Witch King's grotto heaven perfection was indeed restrained. However, if his physical body and bloodline were powerful, he could also suppress the looting Liujia god. After all, there was still a realm between them. However, the Moon Witch King was from the Witch tribe. The Witch tribe's combat power was not ranked low among the 10,000 races. In terms of physical body and bloodline, they were ranked low, about the same as ordinary humans. The reason why the Witch tribe could stand at the forefront of the 10,000 races was because of their many strange witchcraft and evil curses. This was also the Moon Witch King's specialty. However, these witchcraft and curses had no effect on the looting Liujia god. The looting Liujia god did not have primordial spirit bloodline. No witchcraft or curses could affect them. This invisible restraint smoothed out the difference between the realms between the two parties. The Moon Witch King released many witchcraft curses consecutively. They landed on the looting Liujia god but did not cause any ripples. They did not affect the movements of the 12 gods at all. This was not the only strange thing about the looting Liujia god. Although the looting Liujia god did not have primordial spirits, these 12 gods seemed to have some remnant memories. They could fight on their own without Su Zimo controlling them. Moreover, the Liujia god and the looting Yin god cooperated with each other very well. It was as if they had fought side by side for countless years. Everything was connected and engraved into their souls. The Liujia god held a battle spear. His attacks were ferocious and powerful. His battle techniques were as heavy as a mountain. The looting Yin god held a battle sword. His attacks were soft and agile. His sword moves were all-pervasive and endless like flowing water. The Liujia god's every move was compatible with the power of the sun. The looting Yin god's sword moves were compatible with the power of the moon. The 12 gods surrounded the Moon Witch King. The Liujia god was at the forefront. The white battle armor on his body emitted a dazzling light like a scorching sun. The looting Yin god's sword light was as bright as the moon. The attacks of the 12 deities were a combination of hardness and gentleness. The sun and the moon followed suit, and the combination of yin and yang erupted with the most terrifying melee attacks. Su Zimo's eyelids twitched when he saw this. With his close combat strength, if he were to be surrounded by the 6 Ding and 6 Jia gods, he would probably have to use his 4 heads and 8 arms to fight them. The Moon Witch King wanted to say something, but he did not have the chance to do so. In just a few breaths, the looting Liujia Shen had already broken through his defenses. The battle spears pierced through his chest and abdomen, leaving behind several huge bloody holes. The sharp swords left deep wounds on his body, so deep that his bones could be seen. The Moon Witch King coughed up large mouthfuls of blood, his expression horrified. He was surrounded by the looting Liujia Shen and didn't even have a chance to escape. The attacks of the looting Liujia Shen were endless and impenetrable. Puff! 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 The battle spear stabbed forward and the battle sword slashed down. Bloody light continued to surge. This great peak stage immortal king of the witch race was besieged to death by Su Zimo's secret technique, the looting Liujia Shen. By the time the looting Liujia Shen retreated, the Moon Witch King had already lost his human form. He was cut into 8 pieces by the battle sword and stabbed beyond recognition by the battle spear. With the Moon Witch King dead, his perfected grotto heaven could not hold on either. Immortal King Yulan's grotto heaven instantly gained the upper hand and devoured the Moon Witch King's grotto heaven. Immortal King Yulan glanced at the minced meat on the ground and couldn't help but shake her head, speechless. The Moon Witch King had died too tragically. Before he could unleash his battle strength, he was swarmed by a group of puppet-like men and women, chopped to death with their blades and axes. Immortal King Yulan thought to herself. If she did not have the protection of her grotto heaven, it would be difficult for her to escape unscathed from this group of men and women. Immortal King Yulan took a deep look at Su Zimo. This battle had once again changed her understanding of this peak master Su. Originally, her evaluation of Su Zimo was already extremely high. After all, Su Zimo's battle achievements in the evil demon battlefield were too dazzling. But now, she realized that this peak master Su's performance in the evil demon battlefield was only the tip of the iceberg. In a great battle, for ordinary immortal kings of the Kun race and 2 peak stage immortal kings had all died in his hands. Although she had played a crucial role in this, she was still extremely shocked by this peak master Su's endless terrifying methods and his decisive nature. How bold and daring did he have to be to plot against peak stage immortal spirits to kill peak stage immortal kings? What was even more terrifying was that he had actually succeeded. The 6 immortal kings, including the Earth Kun King and the Moon Witch King, had all died. All her previous worries had vanished into thin air. Of course, this matter was not over yet. After Su Zimo killed the Moon Witch King, he turned around and prepared to deal with the black-armored man. But when he turned around, he let out a soft exclamation of surprise. It seemed like there was no need for him to do anything. After the Moon Witch King died, the sorcerer tribe's runes on the chains on Xiaoyao's body also dissipated. Without these sorcerer tribe's runes, these chains would not be able to restrain Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao immediately broke free from the chains on his body. The qi and blood in his body surged, and even the hook piercing his shoulder blade was quickly squeezed out. The situation was changing. When the black-armored man saw the Moon Witch King die, he realized that something was wrong and wanted to escape. At the same time, Xiaoyao broke free from the chains. He was horrified to discover that his body seemed to be bound by an invisible force. He could not control it, let alone escape. At this moment, a huge kun appeared behind Xiaoyao. It was also covered with light spots that connected to form many tracks. This kun looked similar to the one behind the black-armored man, but its aura was much more ancient, and its body was filled with the vicissitudes of time. Then, a pair of wings grew out of this kun's body, and it vaguely transformed into the form of a rock. The 2 forms of the kun and rock appeared behind Xiaoyao at the same time. The 2 forms existed at the same time, and the light spots on them were denser. The tracks formed by the light spots intersected with each other. They were densely packed and looked extremely complicated. It was much more mysterious than the painting of the north behind the black-armored man. With the help of the strange image behind him, Xiaoyao's aura gradually changed, and it even revealed a hint of a heart-palpitating aura. This aura even caused the Qinglian bloodline in Su Zimo's body to ripple. The painting of the north was a secret technique of the Kun race that was not passed down. Only the Kun race could cultivate it. By cultivating the painting of the north, the Kun race could possess a powerful devouring power. The black-armored man was using the painting of the north to forcefully devour the yin and yang energy in Xiaoyao's body and steal his rock bloodline. Now, when Xiaoyao broke free from the chains and the rock image appeared behind him, the situation suddenly changed. A terrifying devouring power burst out from Carefree's body. Before the black-armored man could react, Xiaoyao had devoured the black-armored man's bloodline, True Yuan, and even his Dao fruit in the blink of an eye. End of chapter. Chapter 2976. Carefree was only at the heavenly human stage of the True One stage. However, when he broke free from the shackles, something seemed to have happened in his body. His Kuan Peng bloodline was activated, and a majestic Kuan Peng diagram appeared behind him. It instantly reversed and devoured the Dongshu stage man. Of course, bloodline suppression was part of the reason. However, even the Kuan Peng bloodline could not erupt with such a terrifying devouring power. The wisp of aura that Carefree had just leaked out even made Su Zimo's 12th grade creation Qinglian bloodline ripple. In fact, when the creation Qinglian had grown to the peak of 12th grade, Su Zimo had not encountered a situation where his bloodline was suppressed. Even when facing the dragon race and the god race, which were at the top of the 10,000 races, his bloodline did not feel any pressure at all. Back then, Su Zimo had fallen to the bottom of the Blood Fiend Lake in the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain's Shura battlefield and had obtained a white tiger bone. When he absorbed and refined this white tiger bone, even the white tiger bloodline could not suppress Qinglian's bloodline. Carefree was indeed a forbidden Kuanpeng. However, the Kuanpeng had not reached the level where it could compete with a holy beast bloodline like the white tiger. Therefore, what surprised Su Zimo was that the bloodline aura that overflowed from Carefree's body just now could actually cause his Qinglian bloodline to ripple. Could this be the atavism that the Kuan King and the Moon Witch King were talking about? Su Zimo was deep in thought. He had heard the conversation between the Kuan King and the Moon Witch King clearly. However, he had never heard of the term atavism. Do you know about atavism, fellow Taoist Yulan? Su Zimo asked. I'm not sure. Immortal King Yulan shook her head as she cleaned up the battlefield. Fellow Taoist Su, you killed the Kuan King and the Moon Witch King. Their grotto heavens and storage bags are here. As she spoke, Immortal King Yulan handed over their grotto heavens and storage bags. Take it. Su Zimo shook his head and refused, saying, without you holding them back, I wouldn't have been able to kill them. I'll take the items from the 4 Kuan race kings. Su Zimo took the 4 ordinary Kuan race kings' grotto heavens and storage bags and quickly cleaned up the battlefield. Thank you, fellow Taoist Su. Immortal King Yulan was secretly delighted. Obtaining the paradises of 2 peak kings would be a great help to her cultivation. If she didn't have any heaven-defying fortuitous encounters, how could she have obtained the grotto heavens of 2 peak kings? Moreover, they were perfectly preserved grotto heavens. At this time, Bai Ming Shui and Mulian had already come out of their hiding place. Senior sister? Carefree's face was flushed, and he was sweating profusely. He looked dizzy and unconscious. When he opened his eyes and saw Kitsune, he shouted in surprise and joy. It's me. Kitsune stepped forward and frowned. She supported Xiaoyao and asked, how do you feel? I don't know, Xiaoyao answered in a daze. He's fine. Su Zimo glanced at him and said, he's only at the heavenly being stage, but he just absorbed a lot of energy. Not only did he devour the true spirit of a Dongshu stage cultivator, but he also absorbed too much yin and yang energy. He can't refine it in a short time. If it were any other race, Xiaoyao's body would have exploded long ago. It was because the Kuanpeng race's bloodline was too special that it could accommodate so much energy. In fact, this energy was enough for Xiaoyao to break through to the Dongshu stage. However, in the true self stage, especially after the heavenly being stage, to break through, not only did one need to accumulate energy, but they also needed to have enough understanding of Tao. The energy in Xiaoyao's body was enough, but his understanding of Tao was still lacking. That was why he was in such a situation. As long as Xiaoyao had enough time to continue cultivating and comprehending Tao, he would be able to refine and absorb the huge amount of energy in his body. Su Zimo had too many questions about Xiaoyao, but now was not the time to talk about the past. Let's leave here first. Su Zimo said in a deep voice. The black-armored man earlier on was a Arch and his death would definitely alarm the Imperial Lord experts of the Kuan race. The longer they stayed here, the more dangerous it would be for them. Su Zimo and Immortal King Yulan discussed for a while and decided to head to the flower world first. Immortal King Yulan had to send the Hell Spring water back to the flower world as soon as possible. Now that Su Zimo was severely injured, it would be too dangerous for him to bring Kitsune and Xiaoyao back to the sword world. Furthermore, the flower world was closer to this place. It wouldn't be too late to make plans after they arrived at the flower world and recovered from their injuries. Immortal King Yulan summoned her immortal boat and carried everyone into the spatial tunnel, disappearing from the day and night land and speeding towards the flower world. A day later. Near the day and night land, the starry sky was deep. All of a sudden, a huge shadow shrouded over, covering the skies. Immediately after, 2 gigantic eyes appeared in the skies, emitting a shuddering aura as they surveyed the surroundings. Eventually, they landed on an ancient star. On that star, one could still vaguely see traces of battle and remnant bloodline aura. "How dare you kill my son?" A deep voice reverberated through the starry sky. That pair of eyes was filled with endless rage and killing intent. That pair of eyes scanned the surroundings for a long time, trying to find clues to obtain an answer. However, after a long time, he found nothing. A moment later, a bloodied mouth suddenly appeared in the firmaments and devoured the star before vanishing gradually. That terrifying aura also disappeared along with it. More than 10 days later, Su Zimo and the others arrived at the Flower World. Immortal King Yulan settled Su Zimo and the others on the Qinglian star before saying, "I'll hand the spring water to the Imperial Lords of the Flower World first before inviting everyone to the 100 Flowers Hall of the Flower World for a chat." Su Zimo pondered for a moment and said, "There's no need." Immortal King Yulan was confused. "Fellow Daoist Su, you've helped the Flower World greatly this time round. As long as I report the truth, the Flower World will definitely reward you handsomely." Su Zimo glanced at Carefree, who was still unconscious, and shook his head slightly. "My disciple has a special identity. Please help me hide it and don't leak it, fellow Daoist." Carefree was the only clue about the death of the black-armored man. Once his identity and bloodline were exposed, it would definitely attract the Imperial Lords of the Kuan race. Immortal King Yulan knew how powerful it was and said, "Fellow Daoist Su, don't worry about that." After pausing for a moment, Su Zimo continued, "As for the trip to the Day and Night Land this time round, please don't mention Dark North and I, Immortal King Yulan." Immortal King Yulan frowned slightly and asked, "Fellow Daoist Su, what are you worried about?" Su Zimo remained silent. There were some guesses that he could neither clarify nor explain to Immortal King Yulan. It was just a precaution. Immortal King Yulan pondered for a moment before nodding. "No problem. However, I'm the only one who knows about this favor." Immortal King Yulan cupped his fists before turning to leave. Chapter 2977. After a few days, news came from the Flower World that the danger of the Nether Calamity was temporarily resolved. After being unconscious for a few days, Carefree slowly woke up. However, Carefree's condition was still very bad. There was too much energy accumulated in his body. With his current cultivation, it was difficult for him to digest it. His face was red, and he was a little delirious. The aura in his body was extremely violent. Over the past few days, Su Zimo's body that was severely injured by a Peak King had already recovered thanks to the recovery capabilities of the Grade 12 Creation Green Lotus. Su Zimo checked on Carefree's condition. Carefree wasn't injured, so the Lotus Finger was useless against him. Only by guiding the yin and yang energy in Carefree's body could he turn the situation around. It could even be a blessing in disguise. "I have a scripture here. Listen carefully and comprehend it according to the inherited memories of your race." In the cave, Su Zimo passed the scripture of the yin-yang talisman scripture to Carefree. Kitsune also listened at the side. The yin-yang talisman scripture only had 600 words. Even Su Zimo had only comprehended 1/10 of it. If it was someone else, they might not be able to comprehend it in a short time even if they heard the scripture. However, Carefree had the Kuan Peng bloodline and inherited the memories of the Kuan Peng race. He was born with the ability to control yin and yang energy. After hearing the scripture, Carefree's aura gradually stabilized. The yin-yang talisman scripture combined with his inherited memories helped him resolve the crisis. The Kuan Peng diagram filled with light dots appeared behind Carefree again. Bai Ming Shui looked at the Kuan Peng painting and couldn't help but recall the Northern Sea painting she saw on that star. She fell into deep thought. Immediately after, Carefree's body emitted that ancient and terrifying bloodline aura again. It was even purer and stronger than when he was on that ancient planet. The yin-yang talisman scripture was of great help to Carefree. It even pushed his bloodline one step further on the path of atavism. Su Zimo saw that Carefree's condition had stabilized and let out a sigh of relief. These days, he was not in a hurry to leave. He discovered that the Qinglian clan on the Qinglian planet had a weak bloodline and a slow cultivation speed. When he cultivated on the Qinglian star, he would attract a large amount of heaven and earth yuan qi and gather it around the Qinglian star. If the Qinglian clan cultivated by his side, they would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. In reality, as long as a plant being cultivated by his side, they would receive unimaginable benefits. Cultivating on Qinglian planet for a period of time could be considered to have brought some opportunities to the living beings on Qinglian planet. 1 month later, Carefree had already recovered to 70 to 80%. Thank you, Master. Carefree ran to Su Zimo, his face full of joy. Although he hadn't made a breakthrough in his realm, his body had grown several times in a short period of time with the guidance of the Yin-Yang charm scripture and his own inherited memories. Carefree's body was originally like a lake. The lake was naturally unable to contain the sudden influx of torrential water. But now, Carefree's body was like an ocean that could contain all the rivers flowing into the sea. Next, as long as Carefree continued to cultivate and comprehend Tao techniques, he would have a chance to make consecutive breakthroughs and enter the Dongshu realm. What did you experience after ascending? Seeing that Carefree was fine, Su Zimo asked. Xiao Yao recounted everything that had happened to him after he ascended to the immortal realm. Carefree's luck was not bad. After ascending, he directly landed in the Kuan realm. However, he was very careful and never exposed his Kuan Peng bloodline. What he revealed was only the Kuan bloodline, no different from the other clansmen. In the Kuan realm, he continued to cultivate and successfully entered the true self realm. However, just a few years ago, during a competition in the Kuan realm, a wisp of his Kuan Peng bloodline leaked out and was detected by an imperial emperor of the Kuan realm. Then, the imperial emperor of the Kuan realm arranged for the most talented Arch under his command to use the Kuan Peng's cultivation to break through and devour his Kuan Peng bloodline. Su Zimo frowned secretly when he heard that. The entire process didn't sound like much. However, he still had some doubts in his heart. On the surface, this arrangement was for the imperial emperor of the Kuan realm to kill Carefree and steal his bloodline for his own child. However, from the perspective of the Kuan realm, this risk was too great. The gains did not make up for the losses. This was because there was a high chance of failure when devouring a bloodline. Once it failed, the Arch would at most become a king. However, the Kuan realm would lose a taboo with unlimited potential. In the Kuan realm, the awakening of a taboo Kuan Peng should be the best way to nurture it as the future hope of the Kuan realm and not destroy it. Moreover, the appearance of the moon which king on that star was also a little strange. What did this have to do with the sorcerer realm? Or was it just a coincidence? Do you know what atavism is? Su Zimo asked. Carefree shook his head and said, I'm not sure either. When I broke free from the chains on that star, a bunch of unfamiliar memories suddenly appeared in my mind. I felt as if an extremely ancient power was awakening in my body. Under the push of this power, I devoured the Arch. I was confused throughout the entire process. The three of them had not seen each other for a long time and chatted a lot. After Carefree ascended to the Kuan realm, he had always been very careful. Now that he saw Su Zimo and Kitsune, it was as if he had seen his family. He finally felt at ease and did not have to be on tenterhooks. Carefree also had a special dependence on Kitsune. As for Baiming Shui, she not only saw Xiao Yao as her junior, but also as her own younger brother. The two disciples often sparred and discussed the Tao together. Senior sister, you can try to cultivate the painting of the north. That Kuan realm's secret technique is very powerful. I'm a human. Can I cultivate it? Of course. Senior sister, your bloodline phenomenon is the giant Kuan of the north. You can use it to manifest the painting of the north. It's a pity that I can't teach you my Kuan Peng painting. Many of the runes in it originate from my inherited memories. Even I can't control it. In Carefree's heart, the Kun realm's secret technique was not as important as Kitsune. Carefree imparted the painting of the north to Kitsune without holding back. Su Zimo was heartened to see how harmonious and affectionate his two disciples were. Even he did not expect that the interaction between his two disciples would allow Kitsune to integrate many Dao techniques and gradually comprehend her own sword Dao. Su Zimo had originally planned to leave the Qinglian planet and send Kitsune and Carefree to the sword world. However, he was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he chose to go into seclusion on the Qinglian planet and settle down. The great wasteland world was already covered in dark clouds. A storm was coming. Chapter 2978. The Great Wilderness Domain. After so many years of war, the Great Wilderness had changed drastically. The north, south, and west regions were all under Tsang's rule. Only the eastern barren territory was barely holding on. 800 years ago, the two demon kings of the eastern wilderness, Dragon Emperor Huang Hai and Great Rock Demon Emperor, had surrendered, which made the eastern wilderness situation worse. Dragon Emperor Huang Hai and Great Rock Demon Emperor were the right-hand men of Demon Emperor Shuadai. The departure of these two demon emperors was a huge blow to the eastern wilderness. More than 800 years ago, in the battle against Tsang, eastern wilderness relied on the appearance of a desolate marshal to win by luck and gain some breathing room. But all the living beings in the great wilderness knew that the eastern wilderness could not hold on for long. It was inevitable that the great wilderness would be swallowed by Tsang. It was said that Araki Takashi had just become a demon emperor and could not affect the overall situation. Also, in the war 800 years ago, Emperor Qin Yan and the other top experts did not appear. On this day, Dragon Emperor Huang Hai, Great Peng Demon Monarch, Spirit Horn Demon Monarch, Fei Lian Demon Monarch, Huado Demon Monarch, and a dozen ordinary monarch beasts were standing respectfully at the entrance of a palace. They had received news that Emperor Qin Yan would descend on the great wilderness today. Outside the palace, there were many demon kings and countless demon race soldiers gathered. It was a sea of people, and banners were fluttering in the wind. Not long after, a void gate suddenly split open in the sky, and more than 100 figures walked out from it. Although there were only 100 of them, which was incomparable to the hundreds of millions of demon race soldiers below, the moment they appeared, the world fell silent. The aura emitted by these hundreds of figures was too terrifying. The moment they appeared, the living beings below felt as if their throats were choked by a pair of invisible hands. They could not breathe and were as silent as cicadas in winter. The leader wore a dark green robe. He had a head full of green hair and a fair face. His eyes were bright and full of vigor. He looked down at the living beings beneath his feet from above. No one dared to look him in the eyes. This was Emperor Qin Yan. Whoosh! All the living beings in the mountains seemed to be unable to withstand some kind of pressure, and all of them fell to their knees. Even Dragon Emperor Huang Hai, Great Peng Demon Monarch, and the other peerless demon monarchs who were standing at the entrance of the hall knelt down respectfully. Emperor Qin Yan nodded slightly and smiled. He seemed to be very satisfied with this scene. Beside him stood 7 peak imperial emperors, 5 men and 2 women. Some had calm expressions, some had ferocious looks, some had murderous auras, and some had seductive looks. These 7 were the 7 constellation demon emperors under Emperor Qin Yan. Behind the 7 constellations Fey Emperor were a dozen ordinary imperial emperors and dozens of Fey kings. These demon monarchs looked young. They looked around as if they were curious about everything around them. Emperor Qin Yan led the group down from the sky. Step by step, it was as if there were stairs beneath his feet. The entire process was very slow, but from beginning to end, not a single one of the trillions of living beings in the vast desolation dared to raise their heads to speak. They all obediently knelt in place. Any strange movement at this moment could lead to a fatal disaster. Before this, a demon emperor had raised his head to take a peek, but Emperor Qin Yan had noticed and killed him on the spot by a constellation demon emperor behind him. Emperor Qin Yan and the rest arrived at the hall. Dragon Emperor Huang Hai lowered his head subconsciously. He was almost kneeling on the ground, and his bloodline had stopped circulating. This was the suppression of bloodline. Although he was from the Dragon Clan, in the face of the Azure Dragon Clan's bloodline, he still involuntarily chose to submit. Oh. Emperor Qin Yan's gaze fell on Dragon Emperor Huang Hai. He raised his eyebrows and said, "Only now do you want to submit?" Hearing this, Dragon Emperor Huang Hai's heart skipped a beat, and he broke out in cold sweat. "Lord Qin Yan, I know my mistake." Dragon Emperor Huang Hai hurriedly kowtowed and admitted his mistake. Great Peng Demon Emperor and Kuei Ox Demon Emperor beside him were also trembling in fear. Emperor Qin Yan's aura was too strong. Although they were only one level apart, their combat strength was worlds apart. Emperor Qin Yan could easily tear Dragon Emperor Huang Hai and the other two to pieces. Emperor Qin Yan did not speak. Dragon Emperor Huang Hai and the other two were so scared that they did not dare to look up. They were sweating profusely as they endured the silent torture. After a while, Emperor Qin Yan chuckled and said, "It's good that you know your mistake. I'll give you a chance. I won't let you down, Lord Qin Yan." Dragon Emperor Huang Hai said quickly. Emperor Qin Yan walked into the hall and sat in the middle. He then said calmly, "Rise." Dragon Emperor Huang Hai and the rest lowered their heads as if they had been pardoned. They moved to the hall. "Where's 9 Emperor Qin Yan looked around and asked, "Why are there fewer demon emperors?" The Spirit Horn Demon Monarch quickly recounted the battle that took place 800 years ago in detail. As soon as Spirit Horn Demon Emperor finished, Dragon Emperor Huang Hai said, "Lord Qin Yan, Great Peng, Kuei Nyo, and I did not participate in that battle. When fellow cultivator Spirit Horn and the rest were running, retreating, we even stopped Araki Takashi and the others from chasing after them." Back then, when Dragon Emperor Huang Hai stood aside, he had already thought of this scene. If he had killed the living beings of Tsang Continent that day, it would be difficult to explain to Emperor Qin Yan now. He might even lose his life. Actually, Dragon Emperor Huang Hai was overthinking it. To Emperor Qin Yan, the living beings of the vast wilderness were like ants to him. No matter how many of them died, he did not care. However, Demon Emperor 9 was from Tsang Continent after all and was once his subordinate. "Araki Takashi?" Emperor Qin Yan murmured expressionlessly. "Lord Qin Yan." Dragon Emperor Huang Hai said in a deep voice, "This Araki Takashi is nothing to be afraid of. In this battle, I will personally avenge 9 I will cut off Araki Takashi's head and give it to Lord Qin Yan." Great Peng Demon Emperor also said, "Lord Qin Yan will definitely be able to kill Xue Dai and conquer the eastern wilderness." "Kill Xue Dai?" Emperor Qin Yan smiled and shook his head. "What do you know? I have been keeping her alive to give her enough time to recover. I am using her to train my Tao so that I can improve. If I want to flatten the eastern wasteland, as long as I mobilize enough power, I can do it at any time. Killing that Xue Dai will be easy." Great Peng Demon Emperor smiled. So Lord Qin Yan did not take her seriously at all. She is just a whetstone. Dragon fighting in the wild. Emperor Green Flame said slowly, "Only through constant battles can I fully activate my green dragon bloodline and push my Tao techniques to the extreme." Saying this, Emperor Qin Yan stood up. His eyes were filled with battle intent. His blood chi surged and dragon chi circled around him. "A tiny little butterfly was actually able to resist me until now. Let me see which one of us will be able to take that step first." Emperor Qin Yan's gaze seemed to pierce through the void and landed on Butterfly Valley in the eastern wilderness. Chapter 2979. Eastern Wilderness, Butterfly Valley. Dai sensed something and slowly opened her eyes. She knew that Emperor Qin Yan had returned. Fortunately, she had obtained some origin stones from Su Zimo. After 800 years of cultivation, her injuries had healed and she had returned to her peak. Thinking of Su Zimo, a smile gradually appeared on Dai Yu's face. She really did not expect that a young man from a small town in Tianhuang mainland would grow to such a level today. He would really ascend to the upper world and follow her footsteps. She had acknowledged and admired Su Zimo in the past, but she did not have many other feelings for him. She had never thought that the two of them would meet again one day. But 800 years ago, when she turned back and saw that strange yet familiar figure in Butterfly Valley, a ripple appeared in her heart. That young man was here. After going through so many hardships, the young man had changed a lot. His cultivation, temperament, identity, only his eyes were still bright and sincere, just like when they first met. "What are you thinking about?" At this moment, a voice came from beside her. Dai Yu did not explain. She only looked sideways at Wu Dao's main body, who was walking over, and asked, "You broke through?" Even she could not clearly see the cultivation realm of the martial Dao body. She could only vaguely feel that Wu Dao's main body seemed to have changed again. "Yes." Wu Dao nodded and said, "I've already become a quasi-emperor, but I can't go any further." In fact, as early as 200 years ago, after he refined the many grotto heavens that he had obtained after the battle, Wu Dao's domain and Yuan Wu grotto heaven had cultivated a trace of world power and became a quasi-emperor. He still had the world fragments of 6 ordinary Fey emperors and 1 peerless Fey emperor. As long as he refined these world fragments, his strength would be enough to help him reach the emperor realm. But the difference between a quasi-emperor and an emperor was not only in strength, but also in Dao techniques. If he could not improve his Dao techniques, he would not be able to reach the emperor realm. Wu Dao's main body not only needed time, but also more Dao techniques to strengthen the absorption and refinement of Dao techniques. He had already thought of a place to go, but he did not have time now. The Eastern Wilderness crisis had arrived. He had sensed Emperor Azure Flame's arrival as well. The Azure Dragon bloodline was indeed terrifying. As soon as it descended upon the Great Wasteland domain, all living beings felt an enormous pressure. Even the Azure Dragon Holy Soul on the prison-suppressing cauldron showed signs of awakening. The few monster monarchs from the East Baron also appeared above the Butterfly Valley. The Divine Elephant Demon Emperor and the others looked solemn as they looked toward the west of the Grand Wilderness. They were not unfamiliar with this situation. With Emperor Qin Yan's return, a huge battle was unavoidable. But this time, it was slightly different from the past. The East Baron's Dragon Monarch Huang Hai and Great Peng Demon Monarch had already submitted to Tsang. Among the peerless demonic emperors, Dragon Emperor Huang Hai and Great Peng Demonic Emperor were the strongest. Even the Divine Elephant Demon Emperor and the Nine-Tailed Demon Emperor could not gain the upper hand against them. Moreover, Tsang had more than one peerless demon emperor. In the west of the Great Wilderness, dark clouds gathered and surged. Dai Yu's expression was calm as she stepped forward. The armies of Tsang and the Great Wilderness gathered at the border. Emperor Qin Yan stood in the air. Behind him, besides the 7 constellations demonic emperors and a dozen ordinary demonic emperors, there were also some young monster monarchs from Tsang. These monster monarchs were all here for the first time. Everything in the Great Wilderness domain was new to them. Emperor Qin Yan pointed at the billions of living beings under his feet and said, "Do you see that? All of them, be it monster monarchs or demonic emperors, are just living beings that we've reared. These living beings will never be able to touch our world." The young monster monarchs nodded with excitement in their eyes. Emperor Qin Yan said casually, "When the battle starts, be careful when you go down. Don't get killed by these animals." At this moment, a group of demonic emperors appeared above the Eastern Baron. The Divine Elephant Demon Emperor and the others' hearts sank when they saw the situation. Even if Dai Yu could fight Emperor Qin Yan and the 7 constellations demonic emperors alone, there were more than 10 peerless demon emperors and more than 40 ordinary ones. On the Eastern Baron side, the Divine Elephant Demon Emperor, Nine-Tailed Demon Emperor, Baizei Demon Emperor, Sky-Bearing Emperor, Black Snake Demon Emperor, and Araki Takashi only had 6 emperors. Emperor Qing Yan looked at Dai Yu immediately and nodded. He smiled and said, "You didn't disappoint me. You've recovered. Very good." Dai Yu ignored him. Her expression was cold. At this moment, a beautiful girl behind Emperor Qing Yan stepped forward. She had a seductive body and a charming expression. She smiled and asked, "Which one is Araki Takashi?" "Be careful." Nine-tailed demon emperor's voice sounded in Wu Dao's mind. "This is Heart Constellation Demon Emperor, one of the 7 constellations. She's also a fox and is good at seduction." "What are you whispering about?" "Hee, I heard everything." Heart Constellation Demon Emperor chuckled. Her watery eyes fell on Wu Dao's body and rippled. She said softly, "Brother Araki Takashi, why don't you come to me?" Heart Constellation Demon Emperor's voice was seductive and charming. It was as if she could evoke the deepest desire in one's heart. However, Wu Dao's eyes were deep and calm. He was already a quasi-emperor. At his peak state, such seduction could not affect his Dao heart at all. The Heart Sutra demon the Arch originally wanted to take him down a notch and use a bewitching technique to lure that desolate marshal over. Unexpectedly, Araki Takashi was wearing a cold silver mask and was completely unmoved. Wu Dao's body was also sizing up Emperor Qing Yan and the 7 constellations demon emperors. The 7 constellations demon emperors all had different bodies. Heart Constellation Demon Emperor was from the fox race. However, she was slightly different from the 9-tailed demon emperor. Wu Dao's body smelled a wisp of the bloodline of dragons on Heart Constellation Demon Emperor. The others were the same. In the end, Wu Dao's body finally looked at Emperor Qing Yan. He was very strong. If Wu Dao's body were to fight him now, he probably would not stand a chance at all. Moreover, amongst all the imperial monarchs he faced, only Imperial Monarch Qing Yan could make him feel such enormous pressure. "Lord Heart Constellation, this person doesn't know what's good for him. Leave him to me." Dragon Emperor Huang Hai bowed and said. "All right." Heart Constellation Demon Emperor nodded. Dragon Emperor Huang Hai stood out and looked at Wu Dao's body opposite him. He puffed out his chest and regained some of his usual composure. "Araki Takashi, you were disrespectful to Tsang and spoke rudely the other day. I did not attack you because Xue Dai protected you." Dragon Emperor Huang Hai said coldly, "You will definitely die in today's battle." "What did he say?" Constellation Horn Demon Emperor of the 7 constellations asked. Dragon Emperor Huang Hai bowed and answered, "He said that Tsang does not represent the bigger picture and said that he is the bigger picture." "Ha," the 7 constellations demon emperors sneered. "Is it funny?" Dai Yu asked calmly. The sky suddenly quietened down. The air seemed to have frozen. Everyone could feel the killing intent from Dai Yu. She was facing a terrifying expert who could fight Emperor Qing Yan head-on. In the next moment, Dai Yu attacked. That seemingly white and weak palm pierced through the air and slapped down on those demon emperors who had mocked Wu Dao's body. In an instant, the sky collapsed and the clouds changed color. A great battle broke out. Chapter 2980. Roar. As Dai Yu attacked, a deafening roar sounded in the sky. The azure dragon's roar suppressed all races. All living beings in the sky and on the ground felt their souls tremble when they heard the dragon's roar. This was bloodline suppression, a roar from the top of all races. Just one roar was enough to shake the earth and mountains. The entire great wilderness domain trembled, rivers flowed backward, and mountains collapsed. He was a peak sovereign emperor, and the strongest among peak sovereign emperors at that. A casual roar from him could produce such a terrifying might. The fist and palm collided. Boom! There was a loud explosion. The void exploded, and a dazzling ball of light burst out from where the fist and palm collided. It quickly spread in all directions and destroyed everything. The first time the two of them clashed, it created a scene of destruction. Dai Yu and Imperial Emperor Qin Yan suddenly disappeared. When they reappeared, they were already in space outside the Great Wilderness Domain. This was the battlefield of peak Imperial Emperors. The 7 constellations Demon the Arch followed closely behind and arrived in space. However, the 7 constellations Demon the Arch was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, he stood nearby and watched. Imperial Emperor Qin Yan wanted to use Dai Yu to temper his bloodline. Unless Imperial Emperor Qin Yan encountered danger, the 7 of them could just stand by and watch. Imperial Emperor Qin Yan's aura surged as he bathed in azure flames. 1,000 feet long azure dragon with sharp claws and horns could be vaguely seen behind him. Its eyes were like torches. Behind Dai Yu, a blood-winged butterfly of 10 feet in size appeared. Compared to the 1,000 feet long azure dragon, the blood-winged butterfly was too small. However, in terms of aura, the blood-winged butterfly was not at a disadvantage at all. Boom! 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 The 2 of them clashed again. Killing intent soared into the sky, and battle intent surged. The starry sky was collapsing, creating countless strange scenes. The divine dragon circled and the butterfly danced. Lightning flashed, stars shattered, and black holes appeared. However, the 2 peak Imperial Emperors were so powerful that even the black holes could not devour them. The moment the black holes appeared, they were shattered by the 2 of them again. The battle was so intense that blood mist burst out the moment the 2 of them clashed. Both of them were injured at the same time. However, this sort of injury was nothing to the 2 of them. This was the first time Wu Dao's main body saw Dai Yu attack with her full strength. Back in Tianhuang mainland, Dai Yu's spirit was merely a manifestation of his bloodline phenomenon. It was far from Dai Yu's true combat strength. The 2 peak Imperial Emperors fought in the starry sky. Bloodlines, secret skills, and Dao techniques were clashed. The starry sky outside the Grand Desolation world had already been struck to the point of being riddled with holes. A rain of light suffused the air, and it transformed into an ocean of Dao arts that obliterated and destroyed everything. Emperor Qin Yan's aura was majestic and unparalleled in the world. Dai Yu's main body was Yu was Yu, many Yu's main Yu was Yu, Dai Yu's main body was Yu main body. If their battle took place in the Great Desolation Domain, the entire Great Desolation Domain would most likely be destroyed. The martial Dao body retracted his gaze. With his current combat strength, he was still unable to intervene in a battle of this level. As long as he could stabilize the Great Wilderness, he would be able to relieve Dai Yu's pressure. Dragon Emperor Huang Hai and Rock Demon Monarch did not want to face their old friends. They did not look at Divine Elephant Demon Monarch and the others. Instead, they rushed towards Wu Dao body. "Let me see what you're capable of." Dragon Emperor Huang Hai roared. His blood essence surged as he activated his bloodline phenomenon. Great Rock also activated his bloodline phenomenon. He turned into a beam of golden light and was faster than Dragon Emperor Huang Hai. He was the first to reach Wu Dao. They had seen Wu Dao's main body fight before. Wu Dao's main body had killed a peerless Imperial Emperor. They did not dare to underestimate him. Spirit Horn Imperial Emperor, Fei Lian Imperial Emperor, Battle Imperial Emperor, and other peerless Imperial Emperors also attacked the Divine Elephant Imperial Emperor and Nine-Tailed Imperial Emperor. Normal Imperial Emperors were also in a huge battle. No matter which battlefield it was, the number of demon thearchs in Song Continent far exceeded that of East Wilderness. As soon as the battle started, Eastern Wilderness was at a disadvantage. The Divine Elephant Imperial Emperor, Nine-Tailed Imperial Emperor, Baizei Imperial Emperor, and the others were besieged by other experts. The golden light arrived in an instant. If it were other peerless Imperial Emperors, they would not be able to withstand this move. This was the Great Rock race's innate ability. They could push their speed to the limit. Creatures of the same level would be killed on the spot if they reacted too slowly. Wu Dao's main body raised his hand calmly and opened his palm. He was not fast. But for some reason, just as the golden light arrived in front of him, his palm grabbed it tightly and did not move at all. Great Rock Imperial Emperor's figure appeared. He was holding a golden spear in his hand. He could not hide the shock in his eyes. Araki Takashi was able to withstand his attack and hold his imperial weapon with his bare hands. What kind of body was that? What kind of power was that? Roar! Great Rock Imperial Emperor roared into the sky. He used his sound domain's secret technique and revealed his main body. Whoosh! Great Rock Imperial Emperor's body trembled. Countless golden wings fell from his body. They turned into thousands of arrows and pierced toward Wu Dao's main body. These golden wings blocked all the escape routes for Wu Dao's main body. At the same time, a divine dragon that was thousands of feet long appeared behind him. It looked down and reached out its huge dragon claws. Roar! In the face of the two peerless Imperial Emperors' attacks, Wu Dao's main body suddenly spoke. He also used his sound domain's secret technique, Sound of All Spirits. The roar of billions of living beings resounded throughout the world. Even Emperor Qing Yan and Dai Yu, who were fighting outside the Great Wasteland domain, looked over. The Sound of All Spirits exploded. The two people closest to Wu Dao's main body were naturally affected the most. They were Dragon Emperor Huang Hai and Great Rock Imperial Emperor. Their bodies shook violently. Their eyes widened. Their eyes were instantly bloodshot. Their teeth loosened, their ears buzzed, and blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. Their faces were filled with astonishment. If they hadn't released their sound domain's secret technique just now and blocked a lot of the damage, just this sound domain's secret technique alone would have caused them to bleed from their 7 orifices. This person seemed to be even stronger than 800 years ago. As soon as the thought crossed their minds, Wu Dao's main body counterattacked. It was unstoppable, like a volcano erupting or an ocean bursting its banks. Wu Dao's main body exerted force. The golden spear in his hand trembled violently. Great Rock Imperial Emperor was also affected by the Sound of All Spirits. He was slightly distracted and could not hold on to the spear. It was instantly snatched back by Wu Dao's main body. Just as he reacted, the golden spear shot back at him at an even more terrifying speed. Great Rock Imperial Emperor frantically activated his divine sense. He tried to control his natal monarch weapon while dodging desperately. Although he managed to avoid being hit in the vital parts, his wings were still penetrated by his own monarch weapon. Blood gushed out like a fountain. More terrifyingly, Wu Dao's main body's fist followed closely behind the golden spear. Chapter 2981. This punch contained Wu Dao's techniques and Wu Dao's will. With an unstoppable aura, it pierced through the heavens and shattered everything. The numerous oncoming golden arrows were all broken. Great Rock Demon Emperor felt an extremely tragic aura coming towards him, almost suffocating him. There was nowhere to run. This fist technique, this power, should not exist in this world. Great Rock Demon Emperor raised his arms and pushed his bloodline to the limit, forming a bloodline vision behind him. A golden winged rock shone brightly and spread its wings, pouncing towards Wu Dao's original body. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion shook the earth and mountains. Flesh and blood splattered and bones were broken. Great Rock Demon Emperor's bloodline vision was destroyed by Wu Dao's original body with a single punch. His arms were unable to withstand this punch and were instantly blasted apart, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Whoosh! The power from Wu Dao's original body's punch surged into Great Rock Demon Emperor's body, destroying his vitality. Great Rock Demon Emperor wailed and his golden wings fell off as he retreated rapidly. On the other side, Dragon Emperor Huang Hai's dragon claw also descended. Wu Dao's original body was fearless against 2 enemies. He threw a backhand punch at the ferocious dragon claw. Bang! Roar! Dragon Emperor Huang Hai let out a blood-curdling scream as his giant dragon claw was shattered into pieces. The tremendous impact had even turned his dragon body into a bloody mess. In close combat, no one could withstand Wu Dao's original body's punch. Boom! Boom! The two peerless demon emperors did not dare to hesitate and immediately held up their own worlds. In their own worlds, they quickly recovered their vitality and healed their injuries. Wu Dao's original body's eyes were deep and unfathomable. He did not give them a chance to catch their breaths. Whoosh! Wu Dao's original body released Wu Dao's purgatory. Almost instantly, it enveloped a large area of the battlefield. Not only Dragon Emperor Huang Hai, Great Rock Demon Emperor, Spirit Horn Demon Emperor, Fei Lian Demon Emperor, Huadou Demon Emperor, and more than 10 other peerless demon emperors were all trapped in Wu Dao's purgatory. In an instant, raging flames soared into the sky. 800 years ago, the perfected Wu Dao's purgatory was able to burn and refine many lesser mastery worlds. Now that Wu Dao's purgatory had improved, even the greater mastery worlds of many peerless demon emperors could not withstand it. Among the peerless demon emperors, there were differences in strength. Some peerless demon emperors' worlds that could not even last for a few breaths' time. Without the protection of the world, the flesh and blood of the peerless Fey Emperor could not withstand the power of the purgatory of martial arts and was quickly burned to ashes. Peerless monarch beasts like Dragon Emperor Huang Hai and Monarch Dapeng were barely holding on. They kept unleashing their force of the realm to resist the martial purgatory. Charge out, or we'll all die here. Dragon Emperor Huang Hai roared. More than 10 peerless demon emperors who were trapped in the purgatory joined forces and unleashed streams of majestic world energy to attack the barrier of Wu Dao's purgatory. Boom! 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 Wu Dao's purgatory kept shaking. Mysterious runes appeared on the barrier, condensing endless Dao and laws. It was not that easy to break through Wu Dao's purgatory. In the process, another 2 peerless demon emperors died in the sea of flames. Divine Elephant Demon Emperor and Nine-Tailed Demon Emperor were also trapped. However, under the control of Wu Dao's original body, the flames in the purgatory did not cause any harm to them. Divine Elephant Demon Emperor and Nine-Tailed Demon Emperor were shocked. Their battle strength could be ranked among the top among the peerless demon emperors. They might be able to gain the upper hand against Spirit Horn Demon Emperor and the others, but they would not be able to kill them. Demon emperors had a world to protect them, so it was difficult for them to die. Who would have thought that peerless demonic emperors would fall one after another right before their very eyes? Their corpses were incinerated into nothingness. Tsang and Eastern Wilderness had fought many times. Blood flowed like rivers, and corpses piled up like mountains. But most of those who died were demon soldiers, demon generals, and some demon kings. The number of demon emperors who died in the battle was not as many as Wu Dao's original body had killed in the span of a dozen breaths. Even the group of ordinary demonic emperors were shocked by the scene before them. In the sky outside Great Wilderness Domain, 7 constellation demon emperors' attention was originally on Emperor Qin Yan and Daiyu. Now, he was also alerted by the commotion in Great Wilderness Domain. This Araki Takashi is indeed something. Constellation Demon Emperor frowned. His true form was a flood dragon. Heart Constellation Demon Emperor swayed her fox tail and murmured, "What Dao technique does this person cultivate? I've never seen it before." Constellation Demon Emperor said in a low voice, "The situation doesn't look good. If this continues, the juniors we brought will not be able to escape death." Of course, they did not care about the lives of Dragon Emperor Huang Hai and Great Rock Demon Emperor. But some juniors from Tsang, even if they were just demon kings, were far more important to 7 Constellation Demon Emperor than Dragon Emperor Huang Hai and the others. "You guys stay here and guard the young master. I'll go and kill this Araki Takashi." Constellation Demon Emperor said coldly. "Don't." Heart Constellation Demon Emperor giggled and said, "This person is interesting. Let me play with him." As they spoke, Constellation Demon Emperor and Heart Constellation Demon Emperor both headed toward the battlefield of Great Wilderness Domain. Daiyu noticed this and her aura rose again. A huge blood-colored butterfly appeared in the world behind her. This blood-colored butterfly almost overlapped with her body. Then, the blood-colored butterfly's wings trembled slightly. Whoosh! A shocking storm swept across the boundless starry sky. Every gust of wind was like a sword, sweeping in all directions. Wherever the storm passed, all life was destroyed. This was Dai Yu's strongest killing move. In the world behind Emperor Qin Yan, countless divine dragons roared into the sky. They roared and breathed out crazily, trying to resist the impact of the storm. But Dai Yu's wings kept flapping. Each tremor seemed very small. But in reality, every time it flapped, it would instantly vibrate billions of times at high speed. These seemingly weak wings could create a storm that swept across the starry sky. Emperor Green Flame had no choice but to release his true body. Even so, his body could not withstand it. Dragon scales kept falling off, and in the blink of an eye, he was covered in wounds. This crimson moon storm would also cause great damage to Dai Yu's body. Wounds had already appeared on Dai Yu's wings. Blood flowed out, making the wings even redder. They were like two blood-colored full moons hanging from two wings, staring at Emperor Azure Flame opposite them. "Come and help me!" Emperor Green Flame roared. Actually, he did not need to remind them. The remaining 5 constellation demon emperors had already transformed into their true bodies and held up their perfect worlds to block the storm. Under the crimson moon storm, there was no pure land in the starry sky. Under the blood-colored moonlight, the storm was everywhere. All living beings had to bear the baptism of the endless storm. End of chapter. Chapter 2982. Constellation Horn Demon the Arch and Heart Constellation Demon the Arch had just left the galaxy and landed in the Great Wilderness Domain. They managed to avoid the Crimson Moon storm. The 2 demonic thearchs frowned and exchanged glances. After a short pause, the 2 demonic thearchs thought of the same place. They did not turn back and continued to charge toward Wu Dao's original body. They had fought with Dai Yu several times. They had a rough understanding of Dai Yu and Emperor Green Flame's combat power. The Crimson Moon storm was indeed terrifying. However, Emperor Green Flame and the remaining 5 demonic thearchs should be able to hold on for a while. It would not be too late for them to go back and help Emperor Green Flame after they finished off Araki Takashi. After all, the 2 of them were more than enough to deal with Araki Takashi. They probably would not even need a breath's worth of time. Break. The 2 of them descended. Constellation Horn Demon the Arch did not transform into his original body. He only held up his perfect world and pressed it down on Wu Dao's purgatory. Rumble. Wu Dao's purgatory had already expended a lot of energy fighting against more than 10 peerless demonic thearchs' worlds. Now, it could not withstand Constellation Horn Demon Thearch's perfect world at all. It collapsed in an instant and countless flames were extinguished. However, the 2 of them were still too late. Only Dragon Emperor Huang Hai and Great Rock Demon the Arch were left in Wu Dao's purgatory. The rest were all turned into ashes, their bodies and souls destroyed. Although Dragon Emperor Huang Hai and Great Rock Demon the Arch survived, they were severely injured. Their bodies were charred black and their wings had fallen off. It was a tragic sight. More importantly, the 2 peerless demonic thearchs' greater success worlds were destroyed by Wu Dao's original body. Without other world fragments and source stones, the 2 destroyed worlds were extremely difficult to rebuild. Without the protection of their worlds, their combat power would be greatly reduced even if their physical injuries were healed. Dragon Emperor Huang Hai and Great Rock Demon the Arch took advantage of Constellation Horn Demon the Arch and Great Rock Demon Thearch's attacks to escape, panting heavily. The 2 of them looked at Wu Dao's original body with fear in their eyes. Who would have thought that Araki Takashi would become so powerful after 800 years? Fortunately, Araki Takashi was about to fall. With Constellation Horn Demon Monarch and Heart Constellation Demon Monarch attacking, this Araki Takashi had no chance of surviving. Facing 2 peak-tier demon emperors, Wu Dao's real body did indeed feel immense pressure. However, his expression was calm and his eyes were calm as he took out the subduing hell cauldron. Lowly human, surrender now. The constellation horn beast monarch roared as he supported a world to suppress it. Rumble. Within the body of Wu Dao's main body, a loud sound suddenly came, like raging waves beating the shore, the roar of the sea. Behind him, a huge flaming furnace appeared. It looked as if it was going to burst through the heavens and earth. 6 terrifying flaming dragons circled around it. In the blink of an eye, the furnace was burned red. Wu Dao pushed his bloodline to the limit and released his bloodline anomaly. At the same time, he lifted the hell-suppressing cauldron and charged towards the constellation horn demon monarch. The heart constellation demon monarch's eyes lit up. To think that this human would have such guts in the face of their attacks. To think that he would even take the initiative to meet them head-on. Hee hee. The heart constellation demon monarch laughed charmingly and did not hold back. She supported a world and suppressed it at the same time. Roar. Roar. Screech. Roar. 4 roars suddenly came from the hell-suppressing cauldron. In the next moment, the 4 saint souls on the 4 sides of the cauldron awakened at the same time, revealing huge figures. They were lifelike and exuded a terrifying aura. Azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise. Among them, the azure dragon saint soul appeared. Its eyes were like torches as it stared at the constellation horn demon monarch opposite it with murderous intent. The constellation horn demon monarch's expression changed drastically, and his aura weakened. It was not his fault. Although a trace of azure dragon bloodline flowed in his body, he was still a flood dragon after all. Facing a real azure dragon, he could not help but feel a sense of fear. Bloodline suppression, soul suppression. The heart constellation demon monarch was also shocked when she saw the 4 saint souls. But soon, she reacted and reminded, it's just a few divine soul phantoms. They don't have flesh and blood, so there's nothing to be afraid of. Although she said that, in terms of aura, the difference between the 2 sides had already increased. Wu Dao's original body roared. The 4 saint souls surrounded him, and the heaven and earth cauldron appeared indistinctly. He held the hell-suppressing cauldron and smashed it toward the constellation horn demon monarch and the heart constellation demon monarch. Boom! 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 The 2 sides continued to fight, shaking the heavens and earth and causing the void to collapse. In the face of the 2 peak stage demon monarch's attacks, Wu Dao's original body relied on his bloodline avatar, the 4 saint souls, and the hell-suppressing cauldron. He was not at a disadvantage at all. This was the battle strength of Wu Dao's original body after he became a quasi-emperor. He could even fight against some peak stage demon monarchs. This Araki Takashi is actually so difficult to deal with? The constellation horn demon monarch frowned, and his face darkened. He originally wanted to suppress Araki Takashi as soon as possible and then go back to help Emperor Qin Yen. But now, he and the heart constellation demon monarch were being held back by this Araki Takashi and could not advance or retreat. On the other side of the battlefield, Emperor Qin Yen and the others were completely at a disadvantage against Dai Yu's fierce attacks. If Emperor Qin Yen was severely injured because of the 2 of them, they would definitely be punished when they returned to the heavenly court. Don't hold back. Kill him. The constellation horn demon monarch roared and transformed into his dragon form. His blood essence surged as he roared toward the sky. The heart constellation demon monarch also realized that the situation was not right and did not dare to be careless. She also transformed into her 9-tailed fox form. The world behind her was filled with endless illusions and charms. The heart constellation demon monarch stared into the eyes of Wu Dao's original body. But what puzzled her was that her charms did not seem to affect this Araki Takashi at all. This was too strange. Her cultivation level and Dao techniques were clearly above this Araki Takashi's. Even if this person's Dao heart was firm and indestructible, it should not be completely ineffective. In fact, it was not Wu Dao's original body that dispelled Heart Constellation Demon Monarch's charms. It was the white jade pendant that the evil emperor gave him. With the jade pendant in his possession, these illusions and seductive Dao arts were completely ineffective against him. Even if they could not charm Wu Dao's original body, the two-peak demon monarch's attacks became even more ferocious after they transformed into their original bodies. The pressure on Wu Dao's original body increased sharply. The heaven and earth furnace that he formed also started to shake. The flames flickered and the 6 fire dragons were suppressed. If this continued, the heaven and earth furnace would collapse at any time. At this moment, Wu Dao's original body's eyes lit up. He released his secret technique again. 2 huge doors appeared behind him and suppressed the Constellation Horn Demon Monarch and the Heart Constellation Demon Monarch. One of the doors was filled with demonic aura and black hellfire. Countless pale palms reached out from the door. Shrill cries of ghosts could be heard from within. Door of Avicii. The other door was filled with Yin energy and was covered with frost. The moment it descended, the surrounding temperature plummeted. This was another secret technique that Wu Dao's original body cultivated with the help of the Cold Spring chapter of the 9 Springs Hell Sutra during his seclusion. Door of Frost Hell. Chapter 2983. When the door of Avicii descended, the surging Avicii demonic chi and hellfire caused a huge impact on the Heart Constellation Demon Thearka's charm world. Pale palms reached out from the charm world and tried to grab the Heart Constellation Demon Thearka's body. They even wanted to drag her into the Avicii hell. Ah! The Heart Constellation Demon Thearka's face paled when she saw the palms grabbing and touching her. She screamed and waved her 9 fox tails to block them. With the door of Avicii, Wu Dao's original body immediately turned the situation around and gained the upper hand. On the other side, the door of Frost Hell pressed down on the Constellation Horn Demon the Arch. Break! The Constellation Horn Demon the Arch stretched out his dragon body and roared. His bloodline surged as he supported a world and slammed it against the huge, cold door. Boom! The collision between the two resulted in a deafening explosion. Roar! The Constellation Horn Demon the Arch screamed. Not only did he fail to move the door of Frost Hell, but he was also suppressed. A 1,000-foot-long dragon kept struggling under the door of Frost Hell. Its body was covered in blood and dragon scales were falling off. It seemed to be in great pain. The Heart Constellation Demon Thearka's expression changed drastically. The situation was not right. Without the two of them in the astral battlefield outside the Great Wilderness Domain, Emperor Azure Flame was completely suppressed by the Blood Butterfly. Now, not only were they unable to kill this Araki Takashi, but the Constellation Horn Demon the Arch was severely injured. The situation was critical. What technique was that? Why was the Constellation Horn Demon the Arch in so much pain? This scene surprised even Wu Dao's original body. The door of Frost Hell and the door of Avicii each had their own strengths, but in terms of Dao techniques, they were similar. If the door of Avicii could not injure the Heart Constellation Demon the Arch, why was the door of Frost Hell so destructive? The martial Dao body's eyes narrowed as he noticed the frost covering the door of the frozen hell. He immediately thought of the reason. The door of Frost Hell was a secret technique he cultivated with the help of the 9 Springs Hell Sutra's Cold Spring chapter. The frost on it was actually formed by the cold spring of hell. The 9 springs of hell contained different kinds of strange powers. The hell's cold spring was the coldest water in the world. It was extremely harmful to any living being, especially to the demonic beasts in the water. The damage it caused was the most obvious, and its lethality was the greatest. Although dragons were also a branch of dragons, they mainly roamed the rivers and stirred up trouble. That was why the door of Frost Hell was able to cause such obvious damage to the Constellation Horn Demon Emperor. Even the Constellation Horn Monster Monarch's perfected world couldn't withstand the frost on the door of Frost Hell and could collapse at any moment. Without the protection of a world, the Constellation Horn Beast Monarch was even more vulnerable to the door of Frost Hell. Not to mention, behind the gates of Frost Hell, there was still Wu Dao's true body, surrounded by the heaven and earth furnace, and holding the hell-suppressing cauldron in his hand. Dragon Emperor Huang Hai and Great Peng Demon Monarch, who had just escaped with their lives, were dumbfounded. How could they have known that this Araki Takashi had barely managed to kill a peerless demon emperor 800 years ago? And now, he had the upper hand against 2 of the 7 constellations' demon emperors. On the astral battlefield, young master, the situation isn't good. Constellation Horn and Heart Constellation are in trouble. Let's retreat first. What's going on? Didn't they say that Araki Takashi is at most a peerless demon emperor? I'm not sure. Emperor Azure Flame's expression darkened. This battle was worse than before. Although both sides had been injured in the previous battle with Dayu, he and the 7 constellations' demon emperors had the upper hand. Now, Dayu wasn't seriously injured, but their worlds were already damaged. If they continued, their lives would be in danger. Retreat! Emperor Azure Flame shouted and released a secret technique. More than a dozen 1,000-foot-long azure dragons burst out of his body and coiled around the 2 red moons in the sky. The azure dragons temporarily blocked the red moons against the blood-red moonlight. The howling storm around them weakened slightly. Emperor Azure Flame and the others finally had a chance to catch their breath and retreated. At the same time, Constellation Horn and Heart Constellation Demon Emperors also heard Emperor Azure Flame's voice and prepared to retreat. Constellation Horn Demon Emperor pushed his essence spirit to its limits. His blood chi surged and his world power surged, trying to create a space to escape. Trying to escape. Wu Dao's true body's eyes shone brightly. He descended from the sky with the hell-suppressing cauldron and stepped heavily on the struggling dragon head of Constellation Horn Demon Emperor. The heaven and earth cauldron and door of the frost hell pressed down at the same time. Crack. 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 Cracks appeared on Constellation Horn Demon Emperor's perfected world and spread rapidly. Constellation Horn Demon Emperor's body was also stepped on by Wu Dao's true body. He struggled with all his might and roared, trying to escape. Boom! Without a word, Wu Dao's true body raised the hell-suppressing cauldron and smashed it down on Constellation Horn Demon Emperor's head. In just one hit, his flesh was lacerated and the sound of bones cracking could be heard. The Constellation Horn Demon Arch let out a sorrowful cry as he struggled less vigorously. Wu Dao's true body raised his brows slightly. As expected of a peak Imperial Emperor. He used all his strength and smashed down with the hell-suppressing cauldron, but still failed to kill him. Heart Constellation Demon Emperor was enraged when she saw this scene. She shouted, "Araki Takashi, how dare you!" Heart Constellation Demon Emperor unleashed all her strength and pushed her essence spirit to the limit. She activated her charm world and bounced off the door of Avicii. She rushed towards Wu Dao's true body, trying to save Constellation Horn Demon Emperor. Just one door of Avicii was not enough to suppress a peak Demon Emperor's perfected world. Just in time. Wu Dao's true body sneered. He was still stepping on Constellation Horn Demon Emperor, holding the hell-suppressing cauldron in one hand and releasing a mystic technique with the other. Door of Hell, condense. Boom! A huge sinister door appeared in mid-air and descended from the sky, suppressing Heart Constellation Demon Emperor. Before Wu Dao's true body left the infernal court, he went to the Cold Spring Prison and Bitter Spring Prison. He saw the Cold Spring and Bitter Spring Prison in the 9 Springs Hell Sutra. Therefore, he cultivated 2 mystic techniques in this seclusion, the Door of Hell and the Door of Hell. The Bitter Spring of Hell was very lethal to the ghost race. Although the Door of Hell did not cause any additional damage to the fox race, it was still a powerful and terrifying technique. One door of Avicii was not enough to suppress Heart Constellation Demon Emperor. With another Door of Hell, the situation was different. The 2 doors descended. Heart Constellation Demon Emperor's expression changed. She was panicking and could only barely resist. She could not even protect herself, let alone save Constellation Horn Demon Emperor. Although Emperor Qin Yan and the others had a chance to catch their breath, they were still locked on by Daiyu. They could not spare time to save the two of them. They could only rely on themselves. Heart Constellation Demon Emperor's face was pale. Araki Takashi stepped on Heart Constellation Demon Emperor expressionlessly. He only raised the hell-suppressing cauldron and smashed it on Constellation Horn Demon Emperor's head. Every time, blood splattered, bones and flesh were sent flying. Constellation Horn Demon Emperor did not make a sound. He was on the verge of death. When Constellation Horn Demon Emperor died, Araki Takashi would definitely turn around and deal with her. End of chapter. Chapter 2984. She could no longer care about the Constellation Horn Demon Arch. She was already very lucky to be able to escape. Ah! The Heart Constellation Demon Arch screamed and released a mystic technique. The 9 fox tails behind her swelled rapidly. Immediately after, one of the blood-red fox tails suddenly broke, spewing out endless blood mist that dyed half the sky of the great wilderness domain red. This was the blood of a peak demon arch. On the battlefield below, billions of living beings subconsciously looked up and were shocked by this scene. A 10,000 feet long flood dragon was being stepped on by a seemingly tiny purple-robed figure. It was already smashed beyond recognition and twitched weakly. Another 9-tailed fox was being suppressed by 2 huge doors and had to break one of its tails. The billions of demon race soldiers were already thinking of retreating. Some had even started to retreat. They could clearly see that Emperor Qin Yan was retreating outside the Great Wilderness Domain. On the battlefield of the Great Wilderness Domain, Araki Takashi had killed more than 10 peerless demon thearchs. He was simply invincible and could suppress everything. The Heart Constellation Demon Arch used a mystic technique to break one of her tails. Finally, she managed to break free from the 2 doors and fled in the direction of Emperor Qin Yan and the others. Araki Takashi, listen carefully. I'll avenge my tail in the future. The Heart Constellation Demon Thearch's voice was sharp and piercing. It was no longer as gentle as before and was filled with resentment and hatred. Wu Dao's real body did not answer. He only looked at her coldly and used his strength again to lift the prison-suppressing cauldron and smash it down on the Constellation Horn Demon Arch. Boom! This time, the top of the Constellation Horn Demon Thearch's head was smashed and a huge bloody hole appeared. The Constellation Horn Demon Thearch's essence spirit was also shattered into pieces. One of the 7 Constellation Demon Thearchs, the Constellation Horn Demon Arch, died on the spot. The Heart Constellation Demon Arch wanted to escape, but Wu Dao's real body did not intend to let her go. Wu Dao's real body carried the Constellation Horn Demon Thearch's huge dragon corpse in one hand and the prison-suppressing cauldron in the other. His black hair danced and his eyes burned with purple flames. He stepped into the air and chased after the Heart Constellation Demon Arch. Emperor Qin Yan, the remaining 6-7 constellations monarchs, and even Daiyu looked in their direction as they sensed something. The scene was too shocking. Wu Dao's real body had just killed a peak-tier demon arch, and it was one of the 7 constellations demon thearchs. Now, he was carrying a 1,000-feet-long flood dragon's body and charging over. His aura was too powerful. The faces of Emperor Qin Yan and the others turned extremely ugly. They had fought with Daiyu many times. Although they returned with injuries every time, their lives were never in danger. Who would have thought that he would actually suffer such a huge setback today? This time, not only did he fail to severely injure Daiyu, he even lost the Constellation Horn Demon Emperor in the Great Wilderness. Boom! Monarch Blue Flame used a secret technique and pointed at the sky above his head. A huge crack instantly appeared above him, emitting rays of light. The multicolored light landed on Emperor Qin Yan and the others, enveloping them and quickly flying towards the crack in the starry sky. Wu Dao's true body's aura was at its peak. After arriving at this place, he didn't hesitate to soar into the air. Stop chasing. Daiyu's voice rang in his mind. Confusion flashed through the martial Dao body's mind. He and Dai Yu clearly had the upper hand. The enemy had lost a member. This was the best time to chase after them. Why would they let them go? Before he could figure it out, he felt a huge pressure coming through the crack in the starry sky. He couldn't block it at all. Wu Dao's true body frowned. He slowly descended to Dai Yu's side. Two figures also soared into the sky and chased after Emperor Qin Yan and the others. They were Dragon Emperor Huang Hai and Great Peng Demon the Arch, who had just escaped death. Lord Blue Flame, bring me along. Dragon Emperor Huang Hai shouted as he chased. I'm only one step away from reaching the great circle of the Martial Emperor realm. As long as I have enough cultivation resources, Dragon Emperor Huang Hai and Great Peng Demon the Arch had chosen to side with Tsang not only because of Tsang's strength. Both of them had guessed that behind Emperor Qin Yan, there might be an unimaginably huge force. Tsang might just be the tip of the iceberg. This faction's strength was unfathomable, and they had an endless supply of cultivation resources. They had submitted to Tsang partly because they hoped to get a chance to truly join Tsang and that powerful force. However, they had just submitted and hadn't done anything yet. Naturally, they couldn't ask Emperor Qin Yan for help. But if they didn't ask now, they wouldn't have the chance anymore. Emperor Qin Yan and the others left again. They didn't dare to face Dai Yu or Araki Takashi in the vast wilderness. Desolate Martial's earlier methods had already frightened the two of them completely. Moreover, this might be a better chance. Constellation Horn Demon the Arch, one of the 7 Constellation Demon Thearchs, had died. Dragon Emperor Huang Hai was also a dragon. He couldn't think of anyone more suitable for this position. Emperor Qin Yan stood in the crack in the starry sky and looked down at Dragon Emperor Huang Hai and Great Peng Demon the Arch who were flying over. Dragon Emperor Huang Hai and Great Peng Demon the Arch were chasing after them. They didn't notice Emperor Qin Yan and the others' gazes. Those gazes were extremely cold. Some of the 7 Constellation Demon Thearchs looked at Dragon Emperor Huang Hai and Great Peng Demon the Arch with murderous intent. If the two of them had not lied about the military intelligence and said that Desolate Martial was nothing to fear, perhaps the Dragon Emperor would not have died in the grand desolate world. Die. Emperor Qin Yan suddenly spoke and slashed downwards. 2 rays of light fell from the sky and cut Dragon Emperor Huang Hai and Great Peng Demon the Arch in half. Blood dyed the starry sky. Dragon Emperor Huang Hai and Great Peng Demon the Arch fell slowly. They looked at the figures in the starry sky that were getting further and further away. Their eyes were filled with confusion and doubt. Why? I've already submitted, 2 ants, do you think you're worthy of following me? Emperor Qin Yan's voice was filled with anger. Constellation Horn Demon the Arch had just died and Emperor Qin Yan had suffered a great loss. He had nowhere to vent his anger. These two were simply courting death. Hearing this, Dragon Emperor Huang Hai and Demon Monarch Dapeng recalled the last words Dai Yu had said to them before they broke off their relationship with her. Qin Yan has a special background and a powerful bloodline. He sees all living things as ants. You may be dragons, but you're no different to him. Tsang might not be a good home for you. Be careful in the future. The two didn't think much of it and didn't take it to heart. They didn't expect it to come true today. Dragon Emperor Huang Hai and Great Peng Demon Thearch's primordial spirits started to disperse. The two of them turned their heads and looked in Dai Yu's direction. Their eyes were filled with guilt, regret, and self-blame. Unfortunately, it was all too late. When Dai Yu saw this, she couldn't help but lower her eyes and sigh. After all, these two had followed her for many years. Although they had broken up, she couldn't help but sigh when she saw them end up like this. End of chapter. Chapter 2985. The huge crack in the starry sky was slowly healing. Monarch Qin Yan looked down at Dai Yu, shook his head and said, Shui Dai, I wanted to keep you alive to train your cultivation and strengthen your bloodline. But next time, I won't give you another chance. Then, Emperor Qin Yan looked at Wu Dao's true body and the huge dragon corpse in his hand. He clenched his fists, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. That's because Desolate Marshal has caused a calamity. He's going to bring calamity to the eastern wilderness. The next time I come to the great wilderness, I will show you our true strength. I will kill this person with my own hands and slaughter all the creatures in the eastern wilderness. I will use the blood of billions of creatures in the eastern wilderness as a sacrifice to the soul of the mansion of the horn. His voice was like thunder, spreading to every corner of the great wilderness. No one doubted Emperor Qin Yan's words. Because many people knew that Song's strength was not limited to this. Fear and worry appeared on most of the eastern wilderness people's faces. Some creatures even looked at Wu Dao's true body with complicated expressions. In just a few words, Emperor Qin Yan put all the pressure on Wu Dao's true body. He was telling everyone that the culprit behind the destruction of the eastern wilderness and the deaths of billions of creatures was Araki Takashi. Wu Dao's true body was not relaxed either. Emperor Qin Yan's true body was most likely the heavenly court. The terrifying force that had destroyed several epochs and buried many emperors. No one could deal with such a powerful force calmly. At this moment, Dayu suddenly stretched out her hand and held his hand, holding it gently. Wu Dao's true body looked at her. Dayu also turned her head. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. In an instant, Wu Dao's true body felt lighter. All the pressure disappeared. At this moment, the two of them stood side by side as if they could face any enemy, even the legendary heavenly court. Wu Dao's true body looked up to the sky and shouted, "Qin Yan, if you dare to come to the great wilderness again, this flood dragon will be your end." As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Dao stomped heavily on the ground, causing flesh and blood to splatter everywhere. With a loud crack, the constellation horn demon Thearka's corpse was trampled into two. Roar! The 6 beasts under the 7 constellations monarch beast uttered furious roars. Emperor Blue Flame's face was livid. If it weren't for his injuries, he would have immediately gone down and torn that Araki Takashi into pieces. But he knew that now was not the best time. Good, good, good. Emperor Qin Yan was so angry that he laughed and applauded. It had been a long time since someone dared to provoke him like this. This sort of feeling even caused him to feel a trace of freshness and excitement. Emperor Qin Yan grinned and said slowly, "I will definitely come to the great wilderness again. It won't be long. That will be the end of the eastern wilderness, the end of all you ants." The crack in the starry sky had completely closed, and Emperor Qin Yan and the others had disappeared. Only Emperor Qin Yan's voice was still echoing in the great wasteland domain. Although the Eastern Barren Territory had won this battle again, Emperor Blue Flame's last words still made the Eastern Barren Territory's creatures feel gloomy. No one knew when Emperor Qin Yan would come again. No one knew what would happen the next time Emperor Qin Yan came. No one knew if Dayu and Araki Takashi could stop him. Wu Dao's true body looked in the direction where Emperor Qin Yan and the others had disappeared and murmured, they might have returned to the heavenly court. What's with that powerful pressure? I'm not sure. Dayu shook her head and said, I tried, but I couldn't break in at all. After the battle ended, the generals of the eastern wilderness cleaned up the battlefield. Wu Dao's true body had gained a lot from this battle. He had obtained the greater success worlds of more than 10 peerless demon emperors. Unfortunately, half of the Horned Demon Emperor's world had been devoured by the Door of Frost Hell in the battle. It had fallen into hell. The Door of Frost Hell not only had strong killing power, but it could also connect to hell. The Door of Frost Hell's existence was equivalent to building a portal to hell in Wu Dao's true body's domain. Dayu gave some simple instructions and returned to Butterfly Valley with Wu Dao's true body. They both knew that although they had defeated Emperor Qin Yan and the others and killed one of the 7 constellations' demon emperors, it was nothing to be happy about. The next battle was the one that would determine the survival of the eastern wilderness. Wu Dao's true body pondered and said, according to Emperor Qin Yan, he might come back soon. Dayu nodded and said, he and the 7 constellations demon emperors were heavily injured. It will take them a few hundred years to fully recover. Fortunately, you helped me stall the 2 peak stage demon emperors in this battle. My world isn't that badly damaged. It will recover after some rest. At this point, both of them fell silent. After a long while, Wu Dao's true body said slowly, "The next time Emperor Qin Yan comes, the 2 of us won't be able to stop him." In fact, both of them were well aware of this point. Tsang's strength was definitely not just limited to Emperor Qin Yan and the 7 constellations demon emperors. Since Emperor Qin Yan had said so, the next time he descended on the great wilderness, it would be with an army. As long as there were 2 peak stage experts like Emperor Qin Yan, Dai Yu would not be able to stop them. If there were a few more peak stage emperors like the 7 constellations demon emperors, Dai Yu and Wu Dao's true body together would not be able to stop them. No matter how strong a peak stage emperor was, there was a limit. Dai Yu was silent. After a while, she said, "I'm afraid we will only be able to resolve the next crisis if we become a great emperor. Otherwise, although that was the case, it was not that easy to become a great emperor. Since the beginning of time, in the endless river of time, countless talented geniuses had emerged. However, only a few of them had become emperors in the end." Wu Dao's true body thought for a while and said, "If I want to improve my cultivation level, I might have to leave the great wilderness for a while." "Okay." Dai Yu agreed without hesitation. She did not ask where Wu Dao's true body was going. Actually, it was easy to make the connection if he chose to leave the great wilderness now. After all, the next time Emperor Qin Yan came, the great wilderness would be destroyed. It was normal to choose to escape due to fear. However, Dai Yu had never doubted Su Zimo. On one hand, she knew Su Zimo's Tao. On the other hand, she trusted Su Zimo. "Aren't you curious where I'm going?" Wu Dao's true body asked with a smile. "Aren't you afraid that I won't come back?" "How dare you?" Dai Yu narrowed her eyes. Wu Dao's true body smiled and said, "Before I leave, I have a sutra to read to you. It should help you." "Sutra?" Dai Yu raised her brows. Wu Dao's true body nodded and told Dai Yu about the 600-word Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra. In fact, he did not only have the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra, but also many other taboo sutras. However, the inheritance of taboo sutras was too complicated. Unless one saw the first version of the taboo sutra with their own eyes, they would not be able to understand its essence. Even if Wu Dao's true body told Dai Yu about the taboo sutra, she would not be able to learn anything. It would be like listening to a heavenly book. For example, the Sky-Burying Sutra was printed on a stone tablet. Not only were there the sutras of the Sky-Burying Sutra, but there were also the Tao techniques and Tao rhymes of the Sky-Burying Sutra. One could only cultivate it by seeing it with their own eyes. Otherwise, the Taboo Sutra would have spread throughout the 3,000 worlds and would not be so rare and precious. End of chapter. Chapter 2986. For the next 10 years, Wu Dao's original body stayed in the Butterfly Valley, teaching the Yin-Yang rune scripture while discussing Tao techniques with Dai Yu. Although Wu Dao's original body had not stepped into the Emperor realm, his Tao techniques were unique and had refined countless secret techniques and scriptures. He had his own unique understanding of many Tao techniques. When the two of them discussed the Tao, they both gained something from each other. However, Wu Dao's original body was still a little short of stepping into the Emperor realm. Dai Yu also did not sense any opportunity to become a great emperor. She could feel that she was getting closer and closer to the threshold of the great emperor realm, but she still could not find a way to truly step into it. 10 years later, Wu Dao's original body was ready to leave. If he continued to cultivate in the vast wilderness, it would be difficult to step into the emperor realm in hundreds of years. "You're going to hell?" Dai Yu was slightly surprised to hear Wu Dao's original body's plan. Wu Dao's original body had mentioned his identity as the Lord of Hell to Dai Yu. However, he had always been cautious about this identity. Thinking back to the day when he fell into hell, everything was pushed by the tomb keeper. Wu Dao's original body did not want to be bound by an identity. Wu Dao body explained, there is a taboo secret manual in the infernal court, the 9 spring scripture of hell. I have cultivated 2 parts of it. If I can refine this taboo secret manual, I should have a chance to step into the imperial realm. Do you want to go to a Vichy hell again? Dayu asked. No need. Wu Dao's original body activated his primordial spirit, and with a thought, a huge door with dense yin qi appeared behind him, the door of Frost Hell. This door is connected to hell. I can return to the infernal court at any time. The infernal court. Since the new Lord of Hell left, the infernal court returned to a short period of peace. Cold Spring Hell Master was killed by the new Hell Master. In the battle at Fengdu City, 7 of the remaining 8 Hell Masters died, including 2 Quasi-Emperor Hell Masters. Only the old Hell Master Ku Quan was lucky enough to survive. Although many of the infernal realm's creatures didn't approve of this Lord of Hell, they didn't dare to raise any objections. His methods were thunderous and iron-blooded, and he also had the Netherworld treasure mirror. After all, he was an outsider. Many Earth prison creatures, especially the Nether race in Earth prison, were strongly against him. After Wu Dao's true body left, the 9 hells temporarily revered the prison concubine as their mistress. Regarding this prison concubine, many of the infernal realm's living beings still had many criticisms in private. Firstly, this hell concubine's cultivation level was too low. She had only just become a Netherworld general. The Netherworld general was the true one realm in the heaven realm. Secondly, the Lord of Hell had left and hadn't shown himself for a long time. This hell concubine had the fundamental formula of the Hell Sutra of the 9 springs, so it was easy for others to covet it. However, the hell concubine was guarded by Hell Master Ku Quan. Even if the hell concubine was disloyal, they wouldn't dare to act rashly. Although Hell Overlord Ku Quan was old, he was still a quasi-emperor. From a certain point of view, after Wu Dao's true body left, the infernal court had always been in a state of being without a leader. Although many infernal realms living beings revered Princess Yufei as their mistress, Princess Yufei's cultivation level wasn't high. It was difficult for her to suppress the many vicious and bloodthirsty infernal realms living beings. Fortunately, with Hell Overlord Ku Quan and Hell Overlord Cold Spring guarding her, she was safe for a period of time. However, as time passed, Wu Dao's true body still hadn't returned. There wasn't even any news about him. Gradually, there were some waves in the infernal court. Of course, Hell Overlord Ku Quan and Hell Overlord Cold Spring were enough to deal with these situations and stabilize the situation. However, 10 years ago, the peace of the infernal court was completely broken. For some reason, pieces of world fragments suddenly fell from the infernal court. And they were perfected world fragments. The Hell Kings and Nether Kings of the infernal court couldn't break through due to the shattering of heaven and earth and their incomplete laws. It was even difficult for them to touch the quasi-emperor realm. These Hell Kings and Nether Kings had been stuck in the perfected Grotto Heaven realm for a long time. As long as they were given the slightest opportunity, they would be able to grasp it and quickly break through. As for the Hell Kings and Netherworld Kings, the falling fragments of perfect worlds were simply a heaven-sent opportunity for them. After these perfected world fragments fell, it instantly set off a bloody storm. In the end, they were divided up by dozens of Hell Kings and Nether Kings. Hell Overlord Cold Spring, Tang Kong, also obtained a perfected world fragment with the help of Hell Overlord Ku Quan. In just a few years, these Hell Kings and Nether Kings who obtained the world fragments had all broken through and became quasi-emperors. In the 9 levels of Hell, other than Hell Overlord Ku Quan and Cold Spring Prison, the Hell Overlords of the other 7 levels of Hell had changed again after countless battles. In the end, the 7 Hell Overlords finally set their eyes on Princess Yufei. In fact, before Wu Dao's true body left that day, Hell Overlord Ku Quan had told him. The creatures of the infernal court were ferocious and bloodthirsty. Once you leave, you will be like a headless dragon. It is very likely that you will fall into chaos and endanger Princess Yufei. However, even Hell Overlord Ku Quan did not expect this calamity to come so soon. Originally, he thought that as long as he was alive, he could at least protect Princess Yufei's safety. But he did not expect that the many world fragments that fell 10 years ago would immediately break the balance of power in the infernal court, and dozens of quasi-emperors emerged. Hell Overlord Ku Quan sensed that the situation was not good. He immediately escorted Princess Yufei out of Black Spring City and went straight to Cold Spring Prison. There were only two people by Princess Yufei's side, Hell Overlord Ku Quan and Tang Kong, who were completely trustworthy. Tang Kong was able to take the position of Hell Overlord Ku Quan because of Wu Dao's true body. The flames of war continued to spread and soon reached Cold Spring Prison. Hell Overlord Ku Quan and Cold Spring Prison could not resist the Hell Coalition army formed by the 7 Hell Overlords. They were defeated and retreated all the way to Cold Spring Grand Hall. On the square in front of the Grand Hall, the flames of war swirled. Corpses were strewn everywhere, and blood flowed. It was an extremely tragic scene. Tang Kong's armor was already in tatters. He held a long saber in his hand and looked at the scene in front of him. In a trance, he seemed to see the scene of the purple-robed man slaughtering here many years ago. It was like déjà vu. But today, they were going to die here. Hell Overlord Ku Quan's white hair made him look even older. He stood side by side with Tang Kong and looked at the densely packed Hell Coalition army in front of them. The 7 Hell Overlords stood in mid-air, and there were more than a dozen quasi-emperors. They sighed in their hearts. The difference was too great. Both of them knew that Cold Spring Grand Hall was about to fall. Tang Kong, why do the two of you have to do this? Hell Overlord Ku Quan raised his head slightly and said, hand over the Hell Concubine, and we will spare your lives on account of our old friendship. Tang Kong sneered and scolded, Wind's Shadow, Princess Yufei is the Dao companion of the Hell Overlord. She is the mistress that we all respect. How dare you have designs on her? Ha 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 ha. Tang Kong's words caused the 7 Hell Overlords and the quasi-emperors to roar with laughter. Hell Overlord Ku Quan pursed his lips and said, what kind of Hell Overlord is that Araki Takashi? He is just a foreign race that accidentally took over the nest of a magpie. We've never acknowledged him, let alone become the mistress of the house. End of chapter. Chapter 2987. Haha. Tang Kong sneered. Back in Fengdu City, my master had the Netherworld treasure mirror and all of you bowed to him. Who dared to oppose him? My master has only left for a short while and all of you can't wait to jump out. Aren't you afraid that my master will kill all of you when he returns? The 7 Hell Masters and the Boundary Emperors all changed their expressions when they heard this. In their hearts, they were still somewhat fearful of the new Lord of Hell. After a moment of silence, Hell Master Ku Quan laughed and said, there has been no news of him for so many years. I guess he must have died in the middle world. He's just a dead man. What's there to be afraid of? Tang Kong, Ku Quan, don't try to stall for time. If you don't get out of the way, we'll give the order to kill without mercy. Perhaps Tang Kong's words had caused the 7 Hell Masters to panic. They did not want to drag this out for fear of any unexpected changes. At this moment, the door of the main hall slowly opened. Princess Yufei walked out from inside. The eyes of the hundreds of millions of hell beings lit up when they saw Princess Yufei. Princess Yufei looked thinner and more haggard, but she was still stunning and instantly attracted countless gazes. Over the years, because she had mastered the Hell Sutra of the 9 Springs, her cultivation speed had been extremely fast. Although she had not become a Netherworld king, she had cultivated to the peak of the Netherworld general realm. Mistress, why have you come out? Wu Dao's original body had saved Tang Kong before. Even in the face of Princess Yufei, whose cultivation level was far lower than his, Tang Kong was still extremely respectful. Thank you for protecting me all these years. Princess Yufei bowed deeply to Hell Master Ku Quan and Tang Kong. If not for these two, she would not have been able to survive until today. Princess Yufei said, "The person they want is me. The two of you don't have to sacrifice your lives for me." Tang Kong was about to speak when Princess Yufei used her divine consciousness to say, "Escape. You must survive. I believe he will come back. Someone has to tell him about today's matter." Tang Kong was silent. Bitter Spring Prison Lord smiled bitterly. "Tang Kong, you should go. I don't have much time left. I'll stay here and accompany Mistress on her last journey." Seeing that Princess Yufei was willing to come out, Hell Lord Hong Quan was naturally overjoyed. He looked at Princess Yufei and said softly, "You don't have to be afraid. As long as you obey me, when I become the Lord of Hell, you will still be the matriarch of Hell. You will never become the Lord of Hell." Princess Yufei shook her head and said, "There is only one Master of Hell. He's dead." Hell Master Hong Quan's face darkened as he said coldly. Spring Hell Master sneered and said, "Even if he's not dead, he won't be able to stop us." That day in Fengdu City, he gave it his all and only managed to kill 2 quasi-emperors. He was beaten to the point of vomiting blood. In the end, he had to use the underworld treasure mirror to stabilize the situation. Now, we have 20 quasi-emperors. If he dares to return, he will definitely die. Even the underworld treasure mirror will not be able to protect him. Rumble. A loud noise suddenly came from the depths of the cold spring hall, and the entire hell shook. Hundreds of millions of hell beings gathered in the square, and it was originally noisy. But at this moment, everyone held their breath and looked in the direction of the sound. Even the 7 hell masters and more than a dozen quasi-emperors frowned as they stared at the depths of the cold spring hall, as if they wanted to see through the situation inside. However, although the door of the hall was open, it was dark inside. There was a powerful force that blocked everyone's vision and divine sense. Before anyone could react, the sound of footsteps could be heard in the hall. It came from afar and soon arrived at the entrance of the hall. Under countless gazes, a man in a purple robe, with a head of black hair and a silver mask walked out. The Lord of Hell. After a brief silence, there was an uproar in the sky and on the ground. Even the quasi-emperors in the air were shocked. Their eyes flickered, and their expressions were uncertain. Tang Kong, Hell Master Ku Quan, and the others were in high spirits, and they were overjoyed. Princess Yufei looked at the familiar figure not far away. Her eyes were a little red, but she only pursed her lips and did not say a word. Wu Dao's appearance immediately suppressed the aura of the army of hundreds of millions of hell beings. Hell Master Ku Quan was the first to react. If this continued, they would be defeated without a fight. Hell Master Ku Quan suddenly said in a low voice, "This person is not the Lord of Hell. He is only wearing a mask and pretending to be the Lord of Hell." No one knew what the Lord of Hell looked like except for Princess Yufei. Hell Master Ku Quan's clever move was that even if the Lord of Hell in front of them was real, there was no way to explain. Even if Wu Dao took off his mask, no one would recognize him. He could have confidently declared that the Lord of Hell was a fake. Hell Master Ku Quan was also a little skeptical. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? He had just said that he would kill the Lord of Hell, and the Lord of Hell had appeared. He only understood when he heard Hell Master Ku Quan's words. Regardless of whether the Lord of Hell in front of them was real or fake, they had to kill him first to prevent future troubles. Hell Master Ku Quan said in a low voice, "Everyone, let's attack together and kill this fake Lord of Hell." Hell Master Ku Quan's words dispelled the concerns of many hell beings. They would inevitably be wary if they were to attack the Lord of Hell. However, if they were to attack a fake Lord of Hell, they would have no qualms. In the face of the murderous boundary emperors, the Lord of Hell who had suddenly appeared seemed extremely calm. He did not take them to heart at all. Instead, he chatted casually with Princess Yufei. "Why are there so many boundary emperors?" Wu Dao asked. Before he left, Hell Master Ku Quan was the only boundary emperor left. However, there were 20 of them in front of him. There were more than 30 boundary emperors lurking nearby. Princess Yufei briefly explained the situation of the many world fragments that had fallen into hell 10 years ago. 10 years ago? Perfect world fragments? Wu Dao raised his eyebrows slightly. He thought for a moment and understood the reason. Those perfect world fragments from 10 years ago should have been the constellation Horn Demon Emperor who had died in his hands. At that time, the door of Frost Hell had swallowed more than half of the constellation Horn Demon Emperor's perfect world. Although Wu Dao had cultivated the door of Frost Hell, he had not cultivated to the point where he could control things that fell into the door of Frost Hell. Therefore, he did not pay much attention to it. He did not expect that these world fragments would instead create the Hell Kings and Underworld Kings of Hell. The two of them had only exchanged a few words when the 7 Hell Masters and more than a dozen Boundary Emperors had already arrived. They all released their Boundary Emperors' grotto heavens. Hell Master Ku Quan and Tang Kong looked solemn. Wu Dao did not look up as if he did not see this scene. He only sighed softly at Princess Yufei and said, "It's my fault. Those perfect world fragments were accidentally dropped after I killed an opponent." When they heard the Martial Dao body's words, the 20 Boundary Emperors who had just arrived stopped in their tracks. What do you mean? Some of them thought for a moment and quickly realized what he meant. They were so frightened that they trembled and their expressions changed. Some of them felt their legs go weak and almost fell from the sky. My friends in the college entrance examination, do your best. End of chapter. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.